Chapter 3372. With just an iron sword, one could move unhindered in the world. This was the sword Tao. One's whole life was devoted to the sword and the Tao. Therefore, there was no need for extra things to embellish this purity. This was completely different from the horrifying Tao of the main body. One was pure, one was mixed, one was sharp, one was vast. All roads led to the Tao. It was difficult to say who was superior. It only depended on whose cultivation was higher. Rumble. A series of loud explosions reverberated from the sea of lightning, almost as if they were completely linked together, making it impossible for anyone to hear any other sounds. The tribulation had just begun, but it had already alarmed many forces and people. First, many people in the eastern region noticed that someone was undergoing the heavenly venerate tribulation. Then they went crazy. Another person was undergoing the heavenly venerate tribulation. It started thousands of years ago with the heaven-devouring demon king, and then Yi Shiwen's tribulation. It had only been a few thousand years, and someone was undergoing the heavenly venerate tribulation again. Moreover, they were all in the eastern region. This in itself was very unbelievable. In the past, there might not be a single person undergoing the heavenly venerate for hundreds of thousands of years. This was in the context of the entire Fortune God dynasty. Not to mention that within 10,000 years, there were 3 people consecutively undergoing the heavenly venerate in the eastern region. What the hell was going on? Was there really a great era coming? Many people began to have doubts. The recent events were too strange. However, they did not suspect Yi Shiwen because no one would think of such a ridiculous thing. Many powerful figures flew up one after another. Many people did not think of making a move. But even so, watching the heavenly venerate tribulation was still a thing that could help improve their cultivation. Of course, they could not be like Bian Xiaoya, who could observe the heavenly venerate tribulation at such a close distance. They did not have this ability. If they had such a plan, they would undoubtedly be courting death. Of course, it was not that no one planned to make a move. It was not every day that someone was undergoing the heavenly venerate. If they could snatch his Tao fruit, it would undoubtedly be an instant success. What a tyrannical sword aura! Even though it is hundreds of millions of miles away, I can still feel the sword aura rushing towards me. It is indeed amazing. In the heavenly venerate tribulation, the sword aura was not obliterated, but directly transmitted. This skill is unprecedented. I wonder how it compares to the martial venerate tribulation back then. I don't know what is going on. Why are masters emerging one after another in the eastern region? Is there really a great era coming? In fact, this was also the consensus of many people. Many people were very clear that once the heavens changed, especially when the world entered a chaotic era, a large number of experts would be born. The birth of any master was a constant number. In the birth of any master, there was a constant number. Venerate, venerate ye. Venerate, venerate ye. In the eyes of many people, it was about the same as Yi Shiwen. With their cultivation, they could not see the gap between the two sides or the strength of the two sides. This was because whether it was Yi Shiwen's incarnation or the previous Yi Shiwen, the power was far beyond the limits of what they could understand. This heavenly venerate tribulation lasted for a month. It was different from Yi Shiwen's heavenly venerate tribulation. His incarnation only relied on a long sword to cross the heavenly venerate tribulation. There were only a few moves, but the power was very great. No matter how the heavenly venerate tribulation fell, it still could not do anything to him. Of course, the difficulty of this heavenly venerate tribulation was not as difficult as Yi Shiwen's original heavenly venerate tribulation. After all, it was only an incarnation. Although the swordsmanship he cultivated was not necessarily worse than Yi Shiwen's, his cultivation was certainly not comparable to Yi Shiwen's. But even so, it had already surpassed the heavenly venerate tribulation of most celestial venerates. Although many people thought that Yi Shiwen would be seriously injured in order to cross such a heavenly venerate tribulation, in fact he was not. His swordsmanship was too sharp. It had reached the point where it could not tolerate other great ways. As soon as the heavenly venerate tribulation fell, it was blasted away by the sword aura and completely turned into nothingness. Finally, the heavenly venerate tribulation gradually came to an end. The heavenly venerate tribulation that fell from the sky was much smaller. It was no longer so dense. Even people could not see Yi Shiwen's figure clearly. Many people focused their eyes and saw that it was a man dressed in a green robe. He held a long sword in his hand and could slash through everything. It was just a simple move, but in his hands it was able to unleash a very shocking power. It was just that when many people wanted to see his face clearly, they found that they could not see it clearly at all. It was hazy. This was Yi Shiwen's trump card. Naturally, he would not let them know casually. There was no way to cross the heavenly venerate tribulation. As long as he crossed the heavenly venerate tribulation in this star territory, then he would definitely be discovered. However, he did not want to expose his identity, at least not in the short term. It might play an unexpected role in the future. Therefore, he made a special treatment on his face. No matter how the emperors looked, they could not see through his face. Since they could not see his face, everyone had no way to determine his identity. Even with his swordsmanship, there was no way to determine his identity. In the eastern region, and even in the Fortune God dynasty, several famous sword emperors and sword monarchs were pulled out for comparison and then eliminated one by one. This peerless swordsmanship master who suddenly appeared was not someone they were familiar with. It could even be said that it was completely beyond their expectations. As if he appeared out of thin air, it really made many emperors tremble with fear. Could it be that this person was actually an old monster who had been in retreat for countless years and had finally come out? Otherwise, with their long lifespans, it was impossible that no one knew the origin of this person in front of them. It was just that some people saw some familiar shadows in the swordsmanship. It seemed that when Yi Shiwen crossed the heavenly venerate tribulation thousands of years ago, he seemed to use a similar law of swordsmanship. It looked somewhat similar, but they soon completely rejected this idea because it was simply impossible. After all, Yi Shiwen had already crossed the heavenly venerate tribulation thousands of years ago. How could he cross the heavenly venerate tribulation again at this time? It was normal, even if there were some similarities in swordsmanship. Moreover, the heavenly venerate thousands of years ago also made many people understand that Yi Shiwen walked on a heterogeneous martial arts, which was not the same thing as this completely pure martial arts. But they did not know that in the past thousands of years, this avatar had spent a lot of effort to separate other martial arts, so that his martial arts could be completely pure. Sincerity in the sword, sincerity in the way. Just when the heavenly venerate was about to end, a figure suddenly jumped in, and suddenly flew towards Yi Shiwen's avatar. An astonishing spear light burst out from this figure. It carried an unimaginably terrifying might, and directly bombarded towards Yi Shiwen. At this moment, Yi Shiwen, who was still fighting against the heavenly venerate, also turned around and greeted with a sword as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Clang! There was an incomparably loud roar, and a terrifying frenzy burst out, instantly sweeping in all directions. Xiao Yu, who was on the side, was shocked to see such a fight. If not for the protection of the time robe, perhaps she would not even be able to hold on for a second, and would be swept into nothingness by this frenzy. At this time, the little bit of pride in her heart had disappeared without a trace. Compared with her master and the people who fought with her master, she was still too far behind. Only by taking a step forward and entering the Emperor realm, perhaps she could narrow the gap a little bit. This frenzy directly turned many of the lightning tribulations into nothingness, and the lightning dragon could not even get close to the two sides before it disappeared without a trace. At this time, Everyone saw that at this time there was an additional man in black iron clothes on the battlefield unknowingly. This man looked gray at the temples, and his face was full of wrinkles. However, from time to time, a terrifying light burst out of his eyes, reminding others that this was also a character who dominated the generation. "Who are you? How dare you break into my heavenly venerate?" Yi Shiwen asked in a low voice. Although he had already guessed that there would be a heavenly venerate, he did not expect that an old man would actually break in. With his eyesight, how could he not see that this old man was already a candle in the wind, and the vitality in his body had also fallen to the lowest value, a clear sign that his lifespan was about to reach the limit. In the Fortune God dynasty, as long as the cultivators had achieved a certain level of cultivation, they would not die of old age. Obviously, the only ones who would die of old age were the emperor-level life forms from other domains. Obviously, this old man was an outstanding emperor-level life form, the peak of peak emperor level, but after all, he was old. At his peak, he might have been able to fight with Yi Shiwen, but now he did not care at all. Sometimes, youth was the greatest advantage. "Oh, you don't need to care who I am. I am here to take your Tao fruit." This old man in iron clothes, holding a long spear in his hand, had an unconcealable look of greed in his eyes. He looked at Yi Shiwen as if he was looking at a wished Tao fruit. Just an old guy who is about to die, and yet he has such wishful thinking. Yi Shiwen could not help but sneer. At this time, the tribulation clouds in the sky had gradually dispersed. This old man in black armor took advantage of this time to attack, clearly calculating that Yi Shiwen had reached the limit. At this time, Yi Shiwen had just crossed the heavenly venerate, had not yet fully recovered, and had not yet begun to metamorphose into the heavenly venerate realm. It could be said that this was the weakest time. If they wanted to obtain Yi Shiwen's Tao fruit, then this was the best time. If it was too early, it would cause the heavenly venerate to rebound, and if it was too late, Yi Shiwen would have metamorphosed into the heavenly venerate realm. Even if he was a half venerate, they would not be able to deal with him. Chapter 3373. This was the best time. The black-armored old man had obviously been waiting for a long time. Unfortunately, Yi Shiwen was far from being at his weakest, even though he had already crossed the tribulation. On the contrary, he was unprecedentedly powerful. You're right. I'm an old guy who's about to die. Unfortunately, even if I'm a genius and have cultivated to this level, I'm still going to die. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Why can you people live forever? But I have to gradually die of old age. My lifespan is only tens of millions of years. The black-armored old man sighed. His eyes were bursting with an expression of unwillingness. I've already lived for tens of millions of years. What's there to be unwilling about? Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "Compared to ordinary creatures, the lifespan of these emperor-level creatures was already endless. What was there to be dissatisfied with? I just can't accept this. I want to exist for hundreds of millions of years. I want to live forever." Unfortunately, when I made up my mind, I was already too old. My lifespan was insufficient. I couldn't cut off my Tao and cultivate again. But you're different. As long as I kill you and seize your Tao fruit, not only can I occupy your body and be reborn, but I can also obtain the results of your cultivation and live forever. Ha ha! The expression of the black-armored old man revealed a somewhat crazy look. Obviously, he was thoroughly prepared today. It was either succeed or die. There were no other possibilities. How long you live has nothing to do with me, but you're courting death by thinking of me. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, but his voice hadn't yet faded when a huge dragon-headed walking stick smashed down fiercely. It was almost as if it wanted to break open a huge crack in the world. It directly pressed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen forcibly resisted the attack. Suddenly, a few cracks appeared on his body. Golden light wandered wantonly. It seemed as if his body was about to explode. He didn't move. He just sighed a little. If it was his original body, such a situation would never happen. His physical cultivation was still a lot worse than his original body. He himself was very clear that it was impossible for an ordinary person to cultivate to such a terrifying degree as his main body. Moreover, his body was condensed from the mysterious fortune pill. It was far inferior to his main body's innate physique, which had been tempered thousands of times, swallowed God knows how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and went through many hardships to form the gilded tyrant form. Although they practiced the same kind of martial technique, it was not the same thing at all. It was possible that he would never be able to cultivate to the level of his original body in this lifetime. It would require the accumulation of too many miracles for such a monster to appear. Seeing Yi Shiwen forcibly withstanding the dragon-headed walking stick, but only a few cracks on his body, the person suddenly made a strange sound. Then Yi Shiwen turned around and slashed with his sword. The sword light tore everything apart. The person who hid in the secondary plane to attack suddenly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. It was an old woman who looked about 80 years old, like the old man in black armor. Her face was also full of wrinkles, and her body was full of death aura. It was obvious that she was close to death. She could persist until now because her martial strength was really profound. Judging from the cultivation of these two people, they weren't inferior to the strength of a battle emperor. However, they were unknown in the past. In other words, they had been active several hundred years ago. So, Yi Shiwen didn't know about them. However, it was precisely because they were already at death's door that they were willing to take a risk and attack these peak sovereign emperors who were undergoing tribulation. The source of ordinary sovereign emperors was already unable to prolong their lives. They had to rely on peak sovereign emperors who were about to become heavenly venerables in order to escape their fate of death and advance to the next level. Yi Shiwen had no choice but to take a risk. He wouldn't know how much life longed to live until he was really close to death. He didn't feel it at first, but only at this time could he clearly feel it. "You old thing, you actually didn't die." The old man in black armor was obviously extremely shocked when he saw the old woman, because he still remembered that this old woman should be more than 10 million years old. Obviously, she had exceeded the peak lifespan of ordinary emperor-level creatures. It could even be said that she had far exceeded it. What kind of method did she rely on to prolong her life to this day? This in itself was incredible. You have also reached the end of your life, kid. When I saw you that day, you were just a greenhorn. The old woman also smiled proudly. Obviously, she was very proud of being able to break through the limit and survive until now. Now, my goal is the same as yours. We both want to survive. Let's join forces. As for the Tao fruit, we will split it equally. What do you think? The old man in black armor quickly came back to his senses. This was not the time to be shocked. It should be said that being shocked was useless. The most important thing at this time was to kill this person. He didn't even know who the person in front of him was, because his lifespan had reached its limit. He couldn't delay for much longer, so he had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. No matter who it was that was going through the tribulation, he had to fight. Well, let's not talk anymore. This kid has begun to transform. The old woman looked at Yi Shiwen and very sensitively discovered the fact that Yi Shiwen was transforming. As time passed, he would become a real heavenly master. At that time, it would be the time for the two of them to die. No matter how strong a peak sovereign lord was, it was impossible to compare with a real heavenly master. They were not the same thing. You want to kill me with just the two of you? Yi Shiwen sneered and directly launched a counterattack. He directly rushed in the direction of the old woman. His whole body was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed. He turned into a sword light and directly blasted towards the old woman. It was completely different from when he was crossing the tribulation. These sword lights had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. They shrouded all of a sudden, like an inescapable net falling down. It's not that easy to kill this old woman. The old woman's face revealed a somewhat terrifying smile. There were too many wrinkles on her face. When she smiled sinisterly, she looked like a witch. The dragon head on her dragon head crutch directly turned into a long dragon and directly rushed out to kill the sword lights. Rumble! A terrifying collision was followed by another extremely terrifying explosion. The laws constantly surged out, forming a raging tide that rolled back in all directions. Such great strength! The old woman suddenly felt that her arm was trembling. She looked very thin, but in fact her body was a peerless, vicious beast. Naturally, her physical cultivation was first class. Even if she was now old, she should not be at a disadvantage. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly and slashed again. Clang! 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 His sword lights continued to fall. Each sword was terrifying to the extreme, and it was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The power of each sword seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Each sword was heavier than the previous one. The old woman's arm directly split open and blood flowed out. However, she did not have time to care because it was too late. Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast, and she did not have the chance to react at all. At this time, the old woman no longer cared about the dignity of senior and quickly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to wait for him to kill me before killing you?" At this time, the old woman no longer cared about the dignity of a senior and quickly shouted, "Old woman, I don't need you to say so much." At this time, the old man in black armor instantly appeared behind Yi Shiwen. Just now, he had already leaned over and rushed over. His speed was too fast, so fast that no one could react, and the long spear had already pierced into Yi Shiwen's body. Pucci! However, it did not happen as everyone expected. Blood flowed, and bone fragments swirled in the air. Instead, it directly turned into a ball of golden light. At the critical moment, Yi Shiwen suddenly dodged and was not directly hit. You are really obsessed with your wishful thinking. Do you think that you have a chance of winning by attacking me together? I will now let you know how big the gap between you and me is. Just when the old man in black armor was shocked, Yi Shiwen's cold voice came from behind him. Not good. When the hell is this? The old man in black armor immediately reacted, but it was too late. Clang! A loud sound of metal colliding was heard. At the critical moment, the old woman extended a hand to help. At this time, she was still able to intervene, which proved that her cultivation was a level higher than that of the old man in black armor. However, it was useless because the dragon head crutch only slightly blocked the attack, and then the entire dragon head crutch was sent flying by the iron sword in Yi Shiwen's hand. The old woman was stunned on the spot because this was simply impossible. She had fought with Yi Shiwen before, and although she was completely at a disadvantage, she could also see that the iron sword in his hand was an ordinary iron sword that could be forged by an ordinary roadside blacksmith. However, she also did not think that her dragon head crutch would be sent flying, so there was only one conclusion, and that was that the guy in front of her had become stronger, and he had become stronger in such a short time. Impossible, even if you have crossed the heaven's retribution. It is impossible to complete the transformation in such a short time. The old woman said in complete disbelief, "Since you want to die, I will send you to heaven first." As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, the old woman's head directly flew up, beheaded on the spot, and even her spirit was destroyed in an instant. There was no way to resist, and there was no splashing of blood, but directly turned into a ball of flying ash and dissipated. The old woman was already old and on the verge of death, and this was a battle that had stimulated all of her blood essence, and if she lost, she would die, and even her body would not be able to maintain. The old man in black armor was shocked, and he retreated again and again, but he could not escape and was still killed by Yi Shiwen's sword. At this point, the heaven's retribution was truly over, and Yi Shiwen had also completed the transformation, becoming a sword master. Chapter 3374. After achieving the heavenly master realm, Yi Shiwen's vision was like a torch. He saw several figures in the layers of the void. These people were hidden in the endless void. They were all heavenly masters. Yi Shiwen sneered. These heavenly masters were not here to play. They were here to make a move. However, when they were about to make a move, they were stopped by Yi Shiwen's main body. He wanted to let these people understand that he was not unprotected when he crossed the tribulation. Although they did not directly make a move, it was enough to use some invisible means between heavenly masters. In the end, those people chose to give up. After all, it was inevitable that they would lose more than they gained by fighting another heavenly master for him. If they could not eliminate him in time, then they would have to face the constant attention of two heavenly masters. Even the heavenly Taoism or the Silver Moon clan could not withstand the attention of two heavenly masters, even if they were just two newcomers who had just entered the heavenly master realm. As Empyreans, only they knew how terrifying an Empyrean was. Destroying a super sect was no joke. If an Empyrean was determined to kill you, they could kill a sovereign emperor of your sect today and an elder of your sect tomorrow. It wouldn't take long for your sect's vitality to be greatly weakened. Therefore, they did not make a move in the end. Either they were confident that they could kill him in one blow, or they would rather endure and not make a move. Of course, this was only possible between heavenly masters of similar realms. There was no need to pay so much attention to dealing with an emperor. At this time, he truly understood how dangerous it was when his main body crossed the tribulation. There was no one to protect him. This in itself was extremely dangerous. If it was not for the fact that he was surrounded by the foreign troops and attracted the attention of all the heavenly masters, he would have to pay a bloody price since he had offended all the heavenly masters. The time to make a move should be when the tribulation clouds dispersed, but he had not yet transformed into a heavenly master. Even if he became a heavenly master, it would be difficult for Yi Shiwen to defeat those old monsters. Not to mention that he had not yet transformed into a heavenly master. That was really the most dangerous time for him. In the worst-case scenario, it was not impossible for him to massacre the starry sky. That stage was really the most dangerous time for him. Now that he thought about it, he was really lucky to be able to cross the tribulation so easily, although that kind of tribulation was already a death sentence for many people. However, it was still much better than the worst situation that Yi Shiwen had deduced. In the end, it didn't evolve into a bloody battle in the starry sky. This was what many people referred to as fate. Now that he had survived this trial, it basically meant that he was on the right path. There would be more dangers in the future, but a situation like this where he was completely powerless to fight back would probably not happen again. However, since the other party didn't make a move, he wouldn't act rashly either. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Bian Xie. He said, "Xiaoya, did you gain anything from this trip?" Bian Xie hurriedly bowed and said, "Reporting to Master, this disciple has gained a lot. I think it's a sure thing that I will become a peak quasi-emperor within 1,000 years." A satisfied smile appeared on Yi Shiwen's face. Bian Xiaoya didn't have the help of the mysterious space. However, her cultivation environment was much better compared to the time when she had to rely on her fists and legs to fight for everything. From the initial quasi-emperor realm to the peak quasi-emperor realm in 1,000 years, she wasn't slower than Yi Shiwen in the past. In fact, she was even faster. From the looks of it, Bian Xia entering the emperor realm within 10,000 years was already a sure thing. Don't think that this speed was slow. In fact, for emperor realm it was very fast. Compared to Yi Shiwen in the past, it was not much worse. If others were said to be running forward, then Bian Xia was almost like taking a rocket to fly up. He only had one disciple in the fortune realm. Naturally, he was more concerned about her and nurtured her. Okay, then go back and do closed-door training. Don't come out for 1,000 years. As for the matters of the divine court, let someone else handle it. Yi Shiwen said, in the cultivation world, the probability of the so-called power falling to someone else was very low. As long as the people who could control the situation were still there would never be such a problem. 1,000 years was just like a snap of the fingers. Moreover, As long as Yi Shiwen was still there, no one could compete with Bian Xiaoye. Even if she went into closed-door training for 1,000 years, she would still be able to control the entire divine court when she came out. After Yi Shiwen disappeared with Bian Xiaoye, the many heavenly venerables and sovereign emperors who were watching finally dispersed. But the news had spread. Another heavenly venerable had appeared in the eastern region. This was the third sovereign emperor to become a heavenly venerable in the past 10,000 years. It could be said that he succeeded once in every tribulation. This kind of success rate made people wonder if the eastern region's feng shui had changed. There were no signs of this in other places. Why was there such a sign in the eastern region? And one of them succeeded in crossing the tribulation. What was even more strange was that after this sword Dao expert crossed the tribulation and became a heavenly venerable, he disappeared and couldn't be found anymore. Generally speaking, after becoming a heavenly venerable, regardless of their previous identity, they would be respected by the fortune realm and would inevitably be celebrated. However, this person had appeared mysteriously. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew where he had gone. He disappeared very quickly after crossing the tribulation. Even those heavenly venerables couldn't calculate his whereabouts. It was possible for an heavenly venerable to calculate the whereabouts of an emperor, but it was almost impossible to calculate the whereabouts of an heavenly venerable. To the entire Fortune Divine Dynasty, this was undoubtedly another variable. Adding an emperor was not considered a variable, but adding an empyrean was a completely different story. It was enough to change the situation of an entire region, but such a powerful character was impossible to investigate, making it impossible for them to control him. And it was precisely because of these successive successes that greatly stimulated some people, making many people wonder if the eastern region's feng shui was particularly good recently. So after Yi Shiwen's incarnation crossed the tribulation, people began to cross the tribulation one after another. Several veteran peak sovereign emperors, and even some who were thought to have died in meditation, appeared one after another. They wanted to take advantage of this good fortune to cross the tribulation, but the results surprised many people. There was no such thing as a particularly good feng shui in the eastern region. None of those who went to the eastern region to cross the tribulation could last until the end. Almost all of them could only persevere halfway before falling. This undoubtedly caused many people to be extremely depressed. As a result, many peak sovereign emperors who were paying attention to this matter were completely caught off guard. One failure could be attributed to carelessness, but after a few failures, they understood that they were thinking too much. The eastern region did not have such good feng shui. Several hundred years had passed since then, but the situation in the Fortune God dynasty was still as calm as before. In fact, it didn't even cause much of a stir in the Fortune God dynasty. For Yi Shiwen, who was in seclusion, the battle between sovereign emperors and the fluctuations could no longer affect him. Heavenly venerable level characters rarely made a move. Moreover, with the good fortune key about to appear and the heaven-breaching fortress right in front of him, how could he not wholeheartedly prepare? And what Yi Shiwen needed to do was to step into the heavenly venerable second realm before the heaven-breaching fortress. At that time, no matter how the situation changed, he would have the ability to protect himself. Another few hundred years passed, and Yi Shiwen, who had consolidated his cultivation, came out of seclusion. To be precise, his incarnation, Sword Supreme, came out of seclusion. Sword Venerable had come out of closed-door cultivation for no other reason than to prepare for refining a heavenly master-level Taoist tool. His main body had been in closed-door cultivation. So, no one would have thought that this was just a clone of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had come out of closed-door cultivation. However, it would take a long time to collect the materials needed to refine a heavenly venerate Tao artifact. Hence, many newly ascended heavenly venerates might not have a heavenly venerate Tao artifact with them for a long time. This was because it was very difficult to collect them. On the other hand, If the heaven-devouring Demon King had possessed a heavenly master-level tool, it would have been almost impossible for Yi Shiwen to defeat him. His strength would have increased exponentially, especially when he had to fight against divine Skyfire if he could not upgrade his martial emperor seal to the level of a heavenly venerable Tao artifact. He would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Now that his main body was in seclusion and could not appear, he could only take action. In the past few hundred years, Yi Shiwen had not only consolidated his cultivation that had just passed the tribulation, but also looked up many ancient books. With his current cultivation and identity, it was enough for him to look up some information in the Fortune God dynasty. During the battle of the divine capital, where the alien creatures besieged the Fortune God's capital, Emperor God Rui had fallen unexpectedly. As for who had done it, no one knew. At that time, the entire scene was in chaos, and Emperor God Rui did not appear. At first, everyone thought that he was in the rear, but when the battle ended, Emperor God Rui did not appear, which made everyone understand that something big must have happened. In the end, his corpse was not found. They only determined that he had fallen, but no one knew who had killed him. During the chaos, the heavenly secrets were in a mess, and a group of heavenly venerables had worked together to conceal it. Under such circumstances, nothing could be deduced. However, at this time, space-time heavenly venerable had not come out of seclusion, and there were many things that could not be investigated in depth. Therefore, the power of the entire divine court fell into the hands of the Battle Emperor, who temporarily managed the affairs of the entire Fortune God dynasty. He had been in charge of the Fortune Divine dynasty for a long period of time, so to him, this task was like a walk in the park. Yi Shiwen had a good relationship with the Battle Emperor, so it would have been effortless for him to borrow some ancient books of the Fortune Divine dynasty. Moreover, the information regarding the forging of heavenly master Tao tools was a secret. Therefore, it was impossible for others to obtain it. However, with just a word from Yi Shiwen, the Battle Emperor sent a lot of people over. Chapter 3375. In the Fortune realm, only the Fortune God dynasty had such a foundation. A single heavenly venerable was enough to establish a super sect or a super powerful clan. In other words, it was already very rare for an ordinary force to have a single heavenly venerable. Because there was only one person, many things couldn't be formed into experience. It was only in the Fortune God dynasty that it was possible to form a large-scale experience. Now, all of this experience had benefited him. After all, compared to other heavenly venerables, Yi Shiwen had a closer relationship with the Fortune God dynasty. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to borrow some books that weren't core secrets. Yi Shiwen already had a rough idea of what he wanted after he had read many ancient records of the Fortune God dynasty in this regard. Therefore, he was very clear about what he wanted. Moreover, there were some descriptions of the conditions for the production of these heavenly treasures, as well as the geographical records of the various places that the Fortune God dynasty had explored. These naturally weren't a problem. The only problem was that time was too tight. After all, it was different from when he was in the myriad heavens domain. There, he was the only emperor there. He had enough time to collect the treasures and refine them. Fortunately, he had cultivated an incarnation. Otherwise, it would be a long time before Yi Shiwen came out personally. He really didn't have that much time to waste. After Yi Shiwen's incarnation came out, he didn't immediately rush to the chaos of the sky beyond heavens. Instead, he first went to the Sky Business Alliance, the largest chamber of commerce in the Fortune realm. He arrived at its real headquarters. It wasn't in the Fortune God capital, but in a large city called Sky Merchant City. Although it wasn't as huge as the Fortune God capital, it was still extremely prosperous. In fact, it was even more prosperous than the Fortune God capital. After all, the Sky Business Alliance wasn't just a single chamber of commerce. It was a collection of many chambers of commerce. As its headquarters, it was naturally incomparably prosperous. However, it was different from before. Now that Yi Shiwen had stepped into the heavenly venerable realm, the Sky Business Alliance naturally couldn't dispatch another emperor to entertain him. Instead, they directly alerted the true leader of the Sky Business Alliance, a supreme, heavenly venerable. Initially, Yi Shiwen had guessed that since the Sky Commerce Alliance was able to spread its influence throughout the entire Fortune God dynasty, it was impossible for them to have no background at all. Most likely, there was a heavenly venerable standing behind them. It was just that he didn't have the means to verify it. It was as if there was a layer of mist in that world that obscured his vision. However, now that he had entered the heavenly venerate realm, everything was completely different. Many worlds that had been closed to him were now open to him. Through the Fortune Divine Dynasty, he could easily find out that the master behind the Sky Commerce Alliance was a powerful heavenly venerate named Saint Azure Spirit. As for how powerful he was, the ancient records didn't mention it. It was only mentioned that Saint Azure Spirit had existed for a very long time and had once met the Fortune Divine Monarch. This alone was enough to make Yi Shiwen understand how terrifying Holy Sage Green Spirit was. The Lord of Good Fortune, Heaven, had existed in the distant past. So, seeing the Lord of Good Fortune Heaven was an incredible qualification even in the present. The reason why the Battle Emperor was able to stand out from the other emperors was because of his qualifications. He had once followed the Lord of Good Fortune to conquer the world. Now, there were also some heavenly venerates in hiding. However, only a small number of people could meet the Lord of Good Fortune in the past. The vast majority of people became heavenly venerates after the Lord of Good Fortune left. Yi Shiwen came in person, so naturally he couldn't receive him as an emperor. Soon, even Saint Azure Spirit, who was in closed-door cultivation, was alarmed. Soon, Yi Shiwen was invited into Heavenly Merchant City. The entire city was extremely prosperous. However, it was also densely covered with various kinds of barriers and matrix arrays. Many of the buildings themselves were in accordance with these matrix arrays and barriers. It was just that ordinary people couldn't see it. With Yi Shiwen's cultivation, he could naturally see it at a glance. Yi Shiwen was led into a large hall. In the large hall, a middle-aged man in a green robe was sitting on a cloud bed. Yi Shiwen took a glance and knew that this person was undoubtedly Saint Azure Spirit. "Greetings, Taoist friend." Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, "Greetings." Saint Azure Spirit revealed a slight smile on his face. After Yi Shiwen sat down, he asked, "I don't know what made Taoist friend come in person. Is there anything I can help you with?" He also looked at Yi Shiwen. It should be known that ordinary matters didn't require a heavenly venerate like Yi Shiwen to come in person. It was enough to send a disciple. Even if it was a little more important, he would at most send an incarnation. However, he obviously didn't know that the Yi Shiwen in front of him was just an incarnation. "Of course." Yi Shiwen nodded, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "I came in person naturally to buy some heavenly treasures from your honorable alliance." He looked at Saint Azure Spirit. This Saint Azure Spirit's cultivation was extremely tyrannical. Even with Yi Shiwen's current cultivation, he still felt that it was unfathomable. However, he shouldn't have broken through to the fourth realm. The reason was very simple. The pressure that he brought to Yi Shiwen was far less than the pressure brought by Xian Yuan. Therefore, Yi Shiwen could make some simple judgments. Even so, he was still a top master of the third realm. Heavenly treasures. Saint Azure Spirit said with some doubts, ordinary heavenly treasures would naturally be handled by others. There was no need to trouble these two heavenly venerates. I wonder if there is a list. This is the list. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and a colorful light appeared. It was a post. The post recorded the list of things that Yi Shiwen wanted to purchase from them this time. These, friend wants to refine a heavenly venerate Dao tool. No wonder. The moment he saw the list, Saint Azure Spirit immediately understood Yi Shiwen's plan. After all, he was also a heavenly venerate. He could be considered as someone who had experienced it. Naturally, he knew Yi Shiwen's plan. However, he was still a little shocked in his heart. As far as he knew, the person in front of him should have just crossed the tribulation and become a heavenly venerate not many years ago. He was anxious to forge a heavenly venerate Tao tool. This was not common. Heavenly venerates did not have their own heavenly venerate Tao tool for a long time after crossing the tribulation. In addition to the fact that they could not spare their hands, the most important reason was that they did not have enough wealth to buy heavenly treasures to forge a heavenly venerate Tao tool. Could it be that Yi Shiwen had already prepared it? However, this was not something that he should be concerned about. He said directly, "Of course, this is not a problem. However, I am afraid that it will take some time to collect them. Moreover, there are some heavenly venerate Tao tools that we do not have here. You can only find them yourself." "No problem. You are a straightforward person. When you get the things, send them to Mount Buzhou. Someone will naturally pay you for the dragon vein," Yi Shiwen said with satisfaction. With a king-level dragon vein in hand, he was rich and overbearing. "Our ideal," Saint Azure Spirit said. Chapter 3376. With Yi Shiwen's guarantee, Saint Green Spirit was more confident in the human race's ability to pay. After all, the other party was also a powerful heavenly master. After the discussion, Yi Shiwen left the Sky Commerce Alliance and headed straight for the endless chaos. Saint Green Spirit also pointed out that even with the Sky Commerce Alliance's network and ability, there were some rare treasures that couldn't be found. They could only be found in the endless chaos. But in the chaos, it was very dangerous for an emperor to travel. The chaos here was more dangerous and chaotic than the chaos in the heavens. Only heavenly masters could travel freely. Although the Sky Commerce Alliance was rich, they only had one powerful heavenly master, Saint Green Spirit. They couldn't enter the chaos often. Therefore, there were some rare treasures that they couldn't collect. The natural treasures that could be used to forge an Empyrean Tao artifact didn't only exist in the chaos. It was just that the Fortune God dynasty had been developing for countless years. Before the Fortune God dynasty, there were countless fierce beasts running rampant in the wilderness. Even if there were any natural treasures, they would have long been plundered clean by those seniors who had reached the Empyrean realm before them. Only in the chaos would there be some left behind. Although there should be some scattered all over the place, it was too difficult to find them. If searching for those rare and precious treasures in the chaos was like searching for a needle in a haystack, then searching for those rare and precious treasures in the Fortune Divine Dynasty's territory was like searching for a needle in the endless galaxy. The difficulty was not the slightest bit different. Chaos, endless chaos. There was no concept of time, space, up and down, left and right. All one could see was endless chaos. Fortunately, this wasn't Yi Shiwen's first time entering the chaos. He already had experience. Relying on the connection between himself and the main body, he could determine the direction. He knew the location of the Fortune God dynasty, so he wouldn't get completely lost. It was also recorded in the ancient records that a heavenly master got lost in the chaos because he didn't have any experience. When he came out of the chaos again, it was already millions of years later. Even heavenly masters could get lost in the chaos. One could imagine how terrifying the chaos was. However, this trip was indispensable. He had to go and find it. Just like that, another 5,000 years passed peacefully. There were constant disturbances and wars, but the overall situation was peaceful. It seemed to be the same as the situation in the Fortune world for countless years. These 5,000 years were not the same for the Fortune Divine Dynasty. For the entire Fortune Divine Dynasty, the most important matter was that the number one emperor whose name had shaken the world, the Battle Emperor, had passed his heavenly tribulation. This was another tragic heavenly tribulation. Although the Battle Arch had been preparing for this for countless years, and the Battle Arch had also used all sorts of trump cards, dazzling everyone's eyes. However, even then he was still tormented by the heavenly tribulation to the point that his entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. His entire body was covered in injuries that were deep to the point bones could be seen, and there were even a few times when he was almost unable to breathe. Just as everyone thought that the battled arch wouldn't be able to make it through, he finally made it through. After the heavenly tribulation, the dying battled arch had yet to fully recover. There were Empyreans from the other domains who had been waiting for a long time to ambush and kill the battled arch when he was at his weakest. At this time, the heavenly venerables of the Fortune divine dynasty weren't around, and no one could save him. At this time, Yi Shiwen, who had been in seclusion all this time, suddenly appeared in the starry sky where the battled arch was crossing his heavenly tribulation and repelled the joint attack of several heavenly venerables. Although he had repelled the joint attack of several foreign heavenly venerables, he had bought enough time for the battled arch to speed up his transformation into a heavenly venerate. Although the battled arch had suffered extremely serious Tao injuries that had almost injured his great Tao origin, these serious injuries were not worth mentioning once he transformed into a heavenly venerate. Although it was impossible for him to fully recover in one go, it wouldn't affect his combat strength anymore. It was impossible for other heavenly venerables to kill him. Faced with such a situation, those foreign heavenly venerables did not choose to fight to the death. Since their attack had failed, they immediately fled thousands of miles away. Even if the battled arch was enraged and ambushed, there was no way for him to get back at them. This was something that the Battle Emperor had expected. He had helped the Fortune God dynasty conquer the lands, and throughout the years, he had slaughtered countless tribes from the outer regions. He had made many enemies, and it could be said that the number of people he had with him was as deep as the sea. Once he chose to cross the heavenly venerate heavenly tribulation, it would be extremely dangerous and he might even die. Now his initial guess was confirmed. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen's help at the critical moment, he might have perished here. There was no way at all. After the battle, the arch successfully crossed the heavenly tribulation. He became a battle elder and took over the various powers of the Fortune divine dynasty. Originally, he needed the authorization of the various heavenly venerables to manage the Fortune divine dynasty. Now he no longer needed the authorization of the various heavenly venerables. He had already become a supreme existence among the small group of people. Naturally, the battle elder was extremely grateful for Yi Shiwen's help at the critical moment. Many resources began to be allocated to the human race. The two also secretly formed an offensive and defensive alliance. Although it wasn't a life and death alliance, they could work together for general matters. For Yi Shiwen, there was no doubt that he had another helping hand in the Fortune divine dynasty. He was no longer alone and helpless. Compared to the other old monsters who had been heavenly venerables for countless years, Yi Shiwen and the Battle Elders' qualifications were too shallow, especially their complicated relationship. It wasn't something that the two of them could reach in a short time. At this time, it was only right that the two of them helped each other. It had been 10,000 years since Yi Shiwen had stepped into the heavenly master realm. In these 10,000 years, the strength of the human clan had increased exponentially. It was as if they had accumulated to a certain extent. Then their collective strength had erupted. Relying on the wealth that Yi Shiwen brought out from the Fortune divine capital, the human race's strength had increased greatly. In these 5,000 years, the human race had another emperor, another old monster, who successfully passed the heavens' retribution and became one of the giants of the human race. And Bian Xiaoye, who Yi Shiwen valued the most, had also completely stepped into the peak emperor realm in these 5,000 years. Under Yi Shiwen's guidance, she wasn't in a hurry to attract the heavens' retribution. Instead, she was constantly accumulating her own strength and understanding of the great way of the emperor realm. According to this situation, after she had accumulated enough, she would reach the peak emperor realm as soon as she crossed the heavens' retribution. There wouldn't be a period of weakness, and there wouldn't be a need to consolidate. It could be said that in the past 10,000 years, the strength of the human race had been flourishing and constantly improving. They had completely consolidated their title as the 11th strongest race, and were not much weaker than the Silver Moon race, which was also in the Eastern Domain. The main reason was that the accumulation of the human race was too little, so it seemed that the progress was so amazing. In the future, as the resources and wealth that Yi Shiwen brought back were consumed, the strength of the human race would enter a period of stability. After a few years, there would be a few more Emperor Realm Masters, and the position of the human race would be completely consolidated. It wouldn't be like now. Almost everyone was relying on Yi Shiwen's prestige to forcibly consolidate the position of the human race. However, in these 10,000 years of peace, suddenly, a piece of news came from the Fortune Divine Capital. That was, the Good Fortune Key had finally been cast. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a frenzy among the heavenly venerates. For ordinary people, they didn't know what the Good Fortune Key was. However, for people like the heavenly venerates, they were all too clear about what kind of existence it was. The news that they had been waiting for a long time had finally come. Many people relied on the Good Fortune Key to break through the heavens barrier. Without the Good Fortune Key, it would be too difficult for them to break through the heavens barrier. For a time, all the major forces in the Fortune realm started to get restless, especially the forces that had heavenly venerates backing them. The instant the creation key was successfully forged, everyone, including the many Emperor Lords, sensed that the entire void seemed to have changed. Some sort of existence was slowly appearing. However, the heavenly venerates knew what had happened. Immediately after, the Fortune Divine Capital announced that the Good Fortune Key had been successfully cast. Then, streams of Good Fortune Chi shone down from the void. Under the control of the Good Fortune Key, these streams of Good Fortune Chi shot towards the various heavenly venerates' Tao rites. Many people saw that among these separated streams of Good Fortune Chi, the one that shone towards the Fortune Divine Capital was the richest and purest. However, no one raised any objections. This was because the Good Fortune Key was cast by several heavenly venerates of the Fortune Divine Dynasty. As the creator and owner of the Good Fortune Key, the Fortune Divine Dynasty naturally had to enjoy more of the Good Fortune Chi's illumination. This was also tacitly accepted by everyone. After all, they didn't want to force the Fortune Divine Dynasty into a dead end. If that happened, both sides would suffer, and it wouldn't benefit anyone. As soon as the Fortune aura shone into the Divine Court, everyone in the Divine Court sensed it. Many of the Divine Court disciples who were cultivating in seclusion felt their cultivation base skyrocketing in an instant, and then they made a breakthrough in their cultivation base. They originally thought that it would take them hundreds or even thousands of years to break through, but under the illumination of the Good Fortune Chi, they broke through completely. This was the greatest effect of the Good Fortune Chi. Under the illumination of this kind of Good Fortune Chi, the gap between the forces with heavenly venerates and those without would widen. In the end, the gap would reach a point where it couldn't be closed. The moment the Good Fortune Chi shone into the Divine Court, Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 3377. The moment the Fortune Chi shone down, Yi Shiwen could feel the existence of this pure Fortune Chi. The mysterious fortune pill itself was a kind of supreme medicine refined by mixing the Fortune Chi with many heavenly treasures. So Yi Shiwen was no stranger to this Fortune Chi. As soon as the Fortune Chi shone down, he understood that the Good Fortune Key had been forged. This was also something that all the great heavenly masters of the Fortune realm had been looking forward to. Although the Good Fortune Key was about to be forged, it would take almost 10,000 years. After the success of the forging of the Good Fortune Key, these heavenly masters would have to break through the heaven barrier one by one. Once they succeeded in breaking through the heaven barrier, the situation of the entire Fortune God dynasty would not be so peaceful. Because of this heavenly gate, everyone's cultivation base was swept down to the 3rd level. Because everyone was unable to break through, their strength was about the same. There was some apprehension between them, and it was very difficult for them to get into a big fight. This was the fundamental reason why the Fortune God dynasty and the outer domain had maintained a strange peace for so long. But as everyone's strength recovered, this fragile balance would inevitably be broken. The factions that had been living in harmony before might also start fighting. After being suppressed for so long, once the energy of these Empyreans was released, it would be enough to destroy the heavens and earth. This was also a huge test for him and the human race that had just risen. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan. With the existence of Swordmaster, the human race's trump cards would undoubtedly increase a lot. Only a small portion of the rich fortune chi was scattered in the divine court, but it allowed the cultivation of many disciples of the divine court to improve greatly. Most of it was sucked into Yi Xuan's mouth. The barrier of the Heavenly Master's second realm that was teetering on the verge of collapse was finally broken through. The fortune chi that was sucked into his body was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, allowing Yi Xuan to break through to the second realm in one go. Boom! A dreadful power began to sweep out from Yi Xuan's body. Endless energy was wreaking havoc. Those astral winds turned into countless peerless martial arts and began to practice them. These were the effects of Yi Xuan's breakthrough and had taken shape. I've finally succeeded. This breath of fortune chi has saved me 100 years of time, Yi Xuan said with emotion. He originally expected that it would take him another 100 years to successfully break through to the second realm. But this fortune chi shone down, and the rich fortune chi was refined into his body, and he directly broke through, saving him 100 years of time. At this moment, he finally understood why many celestial venerables had been able to advance their cultivation so quickly in ancient times. He also understood why they had tried to forge the good fortune key again after the good fortune chi in the land of good fortune had been cut off. With the assistance of this good fortune chi, the heavenly venerables could achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. Hence, anyone who dared to cut off their good fortune chi would have to face the wrath of all the heavenly venerables. If the Fortune God dynasty wanted to monopolize the benefits of the Fortune God dynasty's good fortune key, then even Yi Xuan wouldn't stand on their side. If the Fortune God dynasty wanted to monopolize the benefits of the Fortune God dynasty's good fortune key, then even Yi Xuan wouldn't stand on their side. After breaking through to the second realm, he could feel that his cultivation had increased several times, almost like he was not in the same realm. After reaching the Heavenly Venerable's realm, every little bit of progress was under the circumstances of the peak limit. It was very difficult to constantly open up the road ahead. However, it was also because of this that every breakthrough would lead to a tremendous change in strength. However, although he had entered the second realm, the worry in his heart did not decrease. Instead, it increased because he knew that since the good fortune key had been produced, then it also meant that Divine Lord Skyfire's breakthrough was also in front of him. Now that he had entered the second realm, he didn't have much confidence. At most, he could only protect himself. It wouldn't be so easy to kill Divine Lord Skyfire. He still had to wait for Sword Master to return from the chaos. At that time, he would refine the Martial Emperor seal that he carried with him into a Heavenly Venerable's Tao artifact and cultivate the Martial Emperor seal. Then he would be qualified to compete. Just as he was planning to continue his closed-door cultivation, he received a message from the Fortune God capital. Several great Heavenly Venerables had jointly invited him to the Fortune God capital to discuss important matters. Yi Xuan didn't know why exactly, but he still left the Divine Palace immediately. As soon as he left the Divine Palace, he saw that Bian Xiaoye, who was originally at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm, seemed to have entered a state of epiphany. According to the situation, it wouldn't be long before the Emperor King Tribulation would come. After this epiphany, she could no longer avoid the Emperor King Tribulation. Yi Xuan knew that it was because Bian Xiaoye, who had already reached the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm, had entered a state of epiphany under the illumination of the good fortune chi. She was about to cross the tribulation. However, he didn't stop her. This was Bian Xiaoye's personal opportunity. He wouldn't destroy it. He casually inserted a few golden seals into Bian Xiaoye's body to help her gain enlightenment. After that, he turned around and flew straight to the Fortune God capital. It didn't take long for Yi Shiwen to enter the Fortune God capital. With his current identity, naturally no one dared to stop him. He directly went to the Fortune Heavenly Palace in the Fortune God capital. In front of the Fortune Heavenly Palace, War Master was already waiting. "Greetings, fellow Taoist War Master." Yi Shiwen bowed. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Wu Zun. I haven't had the chance to thank you for helping me last time. You've already returned to closed-door cultivation," said War Master. The last time he was rescued by Yi Shiwen came and went in a hurry. He didn't intend to stay long at all. Even when he invited Yi Shiwen to the celebration of becoming a heavenly lord, Yi Shiwen only sent Bian Xiaoye as his representative. His own body didn't appear. He roughly knew that Yi Shiwen should be in closed-door cultivation. He was probably going to break through to a higher realm. It wouldn't take that long if he was just consolidating his realm. This made him feel completely speechless. It was as if he was facing a super big monster alone. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was such a monster. When he first met Yi Shiwen couldn't talk to him as an equal at all. At most, Yi Shiwen could talk to his disciple, Butterfly Sovereign. However, he soon caught up to him. When the battle of the alien creature army besieging the Fortune Divine capital was over, Yi Shiwen had quietly passed the Heavenly Lord Retribution. Even he owed Yi Shiwen a favor. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen, it would have been impossible for him to pass the Heavenly Lord Retribution. Now, Yi Shiwen, who had only passed the Retribution for 10,000 years, could already break through to the second realm. If these were all just his speculations, then when he saw Yi Shiwen again, he could clearly feel that Yi Shiwen's aura was unfathomable. It was obvious that he had reached the second realm, and there were some anomalies. At this time he only wanted to say, "Monster." Other than monster, he didn't know how to describe this human clan Taoist. "It's only right. Didn't you help me a lot too?" Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile. This was really nothing to him. Because of his relationship with the War Elder, he had read many ancient books and broadened his horizons. He wasn't as ignorant as before. "You must have entered the second realm." The War Elder couldn't help but ask. Yi Shiwen didn't hide it and nodded. There was nothing to hide about this because he knew that there was still a big gap between him and those veteran heavenly lords. "Congratulations," the War Elder said with his hands cupped. "Let's not talk about this first. I have something to ask you." Yi Shiwen quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't know what the great heavenly lords are planning this time. Why did they send me here?" The War Elder said, "I happen to know a thing or two about this matter. Previously on the path of creation, you should already know that some heavenly lords are trapped on the path of creation." Yi Shiwen nodded. He had a deep impression of it. It wasn't just him. Those who had gone to the road of creation back then must have had a deep impression of it too. Who knew how many Emperor Lords had fallen on the road of creation and become food for those celestial lords who were struggling to survive? That trip to the path of creation had directly led to a great reshuffle that affected the entire creation realm. The human clan had also taken advantage of this situation and eventually annexed the heaven-devouring demon clan's territory, establishing the foundation of a super race in one fell swoop. Moreover, his greatest enemy, Emperor Primordial Chaos, was also among them. He naturally had a deep impression of it. Could this matter be related to those heavenly lords? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. "That's right, it's related to those heavenly lords." The War Elder nodded and said with a solemn expression, "The East, South, West, and West heavenly lords, as well as space-time heavenly lords, want to bring back our Fortune God Dynasty's friends who are trapped on the path of creation." Yi Shiwen immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, he finally understood why the heavenly lords had summoned him to the Fortune God Dynasty in such a serious manner. What a big ambition, ah! If they succeeded, the fortune god dynasty's strength would surpass the foreign lands in an instant. After all, in recent years, many of the fortune god dynasty's experts have been trapped inside, unable to break free. If they could bring all of them back, the fortune god dynasty's strength would increase significantly. However, the inexplicable method used against heavenly lords on the path of creation should still be there, right? Could it be that they already have the confidence to deal with it? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. It wasn't a big deal for heavenly lords to enter the path of creation. However, once they entered, they would be trapped and unable to come out. This was the biggest problem. Moreover, emperors would have no way of reaching the core of the path of creation. Yi Shiwen immediately became vigilant. Could it be that they wanted him to enter the path of creation? If that was really the case, then he would be sorry. Although he didn't want to start a war with the fortune god dynasty, he definitely wouldn't rashly send himself to his death. Chapter 378. When he recalled the miserable state of the heavenly lords on the path of creation, he felt a lingering fear in his heart and a chill ran down his spine. Those were all outstanding figures who stood above all others. What sort of mighty figures were they? Yet they were trapped in there, struggling for their lives miserably. They had to rely on hunting down sovereign emperors and devouring their essence, blood, to barely keep themselves afloat. With such a precedent, Yi Shiwen wouldn't rush into the path of creation even if he was more interested and curious about it. That would undoubtedly be courting death. He didn't want to be trapped inside for the rest of his life, struggling to survive. Even if he fell out with the fortune god dynasty, he wasn't afraid. He just didn't want to, and it wasn't necessary. Well, this isn't a secret anymore, the war elder explained to Yi Shiwen. In fact, when the good fortune key was still around, the path of creation could be freely entered and exited. In the deepest part of the path of creation, there is a place called the land of creation. The chi of creation comes from the land of creation. Therefore, at that time, many people comprehended the great Tao of creation in front of the land of creation in an attempt to find that place. The land of creation? This wasn't the first time Yi Shiwen had heard of this land of creation. However, he didn't know that the primordial Chaos Emperor and the others were trapped in front of the land of creation. In fact, he didn't even know what the land of creation looked like or what kind of place it was. The good fortune key can draw out the chi of creation from the land of creation. Doesn't this mean that the good fortune key is actually the key to open the land of creation? Yi Shiwen asked immediately. Fellow Taoist is indeed smart. There is indeed a legend that the good fortune key is the key to open the land of creation, said the war elder. Legend has it that the fortune god monarch was able to enter and exit the land of creation freely because he had obtained the secret key to the land of creation. He obtained the chi of creation and ultimately achieved supreme achievements. How come even fellow Taoist says that it's a legend? Fellow Taoist, didn't you once follow the fortune god monarch to battle everywhere? How come even you don't know? Yi Shiwen asked. In the current fortune god dynasty, there were probably only a few people with more experience than the war elder. These qualifications were not useless. On the contrary, with such qualifications, one would have a vision that ordinary people could not imagine. The Zhan Zun smiled bitterly and said, that may be the case, but in fact, when the fortune creation Heavenly Lord was conquering the world, I had just entered the Emperor realm. At best, I was a general under the fortune creation Heavenly Lord. At that time, the fortune creation Heavenly Lord was already a peak Heavenly Venerate. How could I know anything about him? Yi Shiwen suddenly felt relieved. Although the war elder had a lot of experience, his cultivation hadn't even reached the Heavenly Master level at that time. So he didn't know many things. At most, it could only be regarded as hearsay. Even so, this hearsay was already information that many people could not obtain no matter how hard they racked their brains. This was the effective experience, and it was definitely not useless. Moreover, the good fortune key was not cast by the fortune god monarch. It was born with infinite power and even contains the Great Way. The fortune god monarch only obtained the good fortune key later, the war elder continued. So, there are many things that we are not very clear about. The good fortune god dynasty has cast the good fortune key again, but it is just a counterfeit. It is naturally incomparable to the original one. Moreover, it only has some basic functions left, which is to draw out the chi of creation from the land of creation. As for opening the land of creation, it is simply impossible to do. If it is possible, perhaps the original good fortune key can do it. Even the joint efforts of several great heavenly masters can't do it. The grade of this good fortune key is really frighteningly high. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but exclaim. He originally thought that the good fortune key was at most a key. At best, it was a heavenly master level martial instrument. It was nothing. But now he knew that it was not that simple. Otherwise, with the joint strength of several great heavenly masters, they could cast any kind of martial instrument. However, they just couldn't do anything with this good fortune key. Even if it was cast, it would only be a counterfeit with some basic functions. It couldn't be compared with the original one. What made Yi Shiwen even more excited was that this good fortune key was also related to the land of creation. It was related to the legendary good fortune. If he could obtain it, there was no doubt about the benefits. However, the whereabouts of the real good fortune key were unknown. It had been snatched by someone. Moreover, this person was a senior of their human race. As for who this person was, he didn't know. He just had a faint guess in his heart. Even a heavenly master can freely enter and exit the path of creation through this good fortune key? Asked Yi Shiwen. Yes, but it can't be considered as free entry and exit. After all, it's just a counterfeit. It can't be compared with the original one in the past. They can only open the crack of the path of creation by activating the good fortune key. They won't be affected by the path of creation. However, this has a time limit. It can't go on forever. Therefore, they want to take advantage of the opening of the good fortune key to bring those people back. After all, they have been trapped inside for too long, said the War Master. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood. He said, however, if there's really no problem with this, why didn't they go? Why did they send me instead? This was the biggest doubt in Yi Shiwen's heart. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious. It was just that he had to be cautious when facing these peerless old monsters of the world. Otherwise, he might die without a burial place in the future. There's naturally a reason for this. They have to gather all their strength in order to barely activate the good fortune key. Therefore, they can't leave. You don't have to worry about this, because I will go with you. The two of us will rescue those heavenly masters trapped inside, said the War Master. Hearing the War Master say that he also wanted to go, Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly relieved. After all, with the War Master accompanying him, if the War Master found something wrong, he wouldn't go personally. Although he was loyal and devoted to the Fortune God dynasty, he didn't believe that they would completely sacrifice themselves to get rid of Yi Shiwen. At this time, the War Master sighed and said, in addition to us, there will also be experts from other domains participating. There are also many heavenly masters trapped inside the path of creation. It's not just our Fortune God dynasty. At this time, the War Master sighed and said, at that time, the strength of all parties will be greatly improved. The chaos will be unbearable, and it will be a huge reshuffle. At this time, his heart was also very complicated. After countless years, he had finally stepped into the heavenly master realm. However, before he could enjoy the status of a supreme of the world, he would have to welcome the return of many previous heavenly masters. At that time, what would a mere first realm heavenly master like him count for? Although he would no longer be an ant that could be crushed by those heavenly masters, his right to speak would also be greatly reduced. However, this matter was not up to him. Since the good fortune key was successfully cast, this matter was already set in stone. The only difference was when it would be done. Because this matter involved the interests of too many people. There were indeed many people who didn't want those people to return and share their authority. Similarly, there were also many people who hoped that they would return. In the end, those who hoped to return had the upper hand. After all, those who were trapped inside the path of creation had a dense and unimaginable network in the fortune god dynasty. It was just that they were trapped and couldn't escape. Therefore, there was this action of opening the good fortune key and heading to the path of creation. Yi Shiwen certainly understood what the War Master was saying because he had the same problem as the War Master. He was now one of the big shots of the Eastern region. Apart from the Eastern Heavenly Master, no one dared to say that they were above him. Even the Eastern Heavenly Master was only ranked above him. However, when those other Heavenly Masters returned, the entire Eastern region would become lively. Perhaps there wouldn't be only a few great Heavenly Masters. Speaking of which, doesn't this mean that the good fortune key can open the passage to the path of creation at any time and anywhere? Yi Shiwen asked. Of course not. Opening the passage to the path of creation with the good fortune key is easier than opening it by force. However, it is also very difficult, said the War Master. In the past, when there was no good fortune key, we could only wait until the path of creation was closest to the fortune god dynasty. Only then could we open it by force. However, the time was limited every time. We had to leave before the path of creation was far away from the fortune god dynasty. But with the good fortune key, it won't be like that. It can be opened at any time and can be kept forever. However, the premise is that a huge amount of resources and wealth must be consumed. Moreover, the Eastern, Southern, Western Heavenly Masters, Space-Time Heavenly Masters, and the others have to join forces. In addition to them, there are also top experts from other domains. With so many Heavenly Masters working together, it can only be completed. These resources and wealth must also be shared by the other domains. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so good to let them go in together to save people. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, he didn't expect there to be so many reasons. If the War Master hadn't told him, he probably wouldn't have known. Even though he had similarly stepped into the Empyrean realm, he was still a junior with very shallow qualifications. Apart from this reason, it's also because you have also stepped into the Heavenly Master realm. When those few people come out of seclusion, you have to come and meet them. You have to familiarize yourself with them. Otherwise, you won't know who they are next time, said the War Master with a smile. Yi Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they didn't know that Emperor God Rui had died at Yi Shiwen's hands. Chapter 3379. Otherwise, both sides would inevitably have to fight. Although it was unlikely that they would fight to the death with Yi Shiwen because of Emperor God Rui, it would undoubtedly be a huge problem if Space-Time Heavenly Venerate were to cause trouble behind the scenes all day long. After all, one could only be a thief for 1,000 days. How could one be a thief for 1,000 days? However, there were only benefits to meeting these people who dominated the Fortune God Dynasty. After all, they would be on the same side in the future. Judging from the current situation, Yi Shiwen was still closer to the Fortune God Dynasty than the local tycoons. The conflict between the two sides wasn't that deep. Most importantly, even if the Heavenly Venerates escaped from the path of creation, it would take a long time for them to recover their strength after so many years in there. Just like Pan Tian Tian Venerate, they wouldn't be able to compete with them for the leadership of the Fortune God Dynasty. When the time came, they would have to rely on these people for many things. Most importantly, after learning about this matter, another idea uncontrollably emerged in his mind. He wanted to go to the path of creation and kill Emperor Primordial Chaos. He had been ambushed by Emperor Primordial Chaos Incarnation on the path of creation and was seriously injured. He would never forget that. Later, he became enemies with the Heavenly Dao sect and killed one of their Emperor Lords. This was also related to the Jade incident. This was the starting point of everything. He had wanted to kill Emperor Primordial Chaos for a long time. However, the last time he went to the path of creation, he was only an Emperor Lord. He didn't have the ability to kill Emperor Primordial Chaos. Not to mention, there were differences between heavenly venerates. Given his strength, he might not be a match for Emperor Primordial Chaos, who had become a heavenly venerate a long time ago. However, after learning about the Heavenly Gate Tribulation from Shenyuan, he had this idea. No matter what Emperor Primordial Chaos' original strength was, after the Heavenly Gate Tribulation, his strength should have been forcefully suppressed to below the third realm. In that place, even survival was a huge problem. Yi Shiwen didn't believe that Emperor Primordial Chaos could pass the Heavenly Gate Tribulation under such extreme conditions. In other words, after so many years, Imperial Lord Primordial Chaos should still be at the third realm. In addition, he was currently struggling to catch his breath. This was the best opportunity for Yi Shiwen to kill him. Once Emperor Primordius returned to the good fortune world, he would quickly recover his strength. Even if he hadn't broken through the bottleneck, Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to deal with him just by relying on his cultivation of the third realm. Not to mention when he broke through to the fourth, fifth, or even sixth level. At that time, the consequences would be unthinkable. No matter how fast Yi Shiwen's cultivation speed was, it would be very difficult for him to recover his strength faster than these people. Therefore, the best way was to take advantage of the fact that Yi Shiwen hadn't come out. Yi Shiwen should take advantage of his weakest moment on the path of creation to kill him. He had fulfilled his wish of countless years. Thinking of this, he already had a plan. A cold light flickered in his eyes, but he immediately restrained it. He restored his indifferent expression and said, "I understand. Please lead the way." Soon, Yi Shiwen entered a huge palace of the good fortune, Heavenly Palace. These palaces didn't look like anything special. However, he knew that there was a huge world inside each palace. In particular, there were many heavenly treasures planted in these palaces. These treasures were planted in different worlds. Some were even worlds that came from outside, but were captured by a powerful force and forcibly attached to the Fortune Heavenly Palace. After so many years, they had already become one with the Fortune Heavenly Palace. However, this also showed how rich and overbearing the Fortune Divine Dynasty was, and how deep their foundation was. In order to accomplish this, at the very least, an Empyrean-level expert would have to work hard for a very long time. It was even possible that the Fortune Divine Monarch himself had done it. This wasn't something that ordinary super powerful clans or super sects could compare with. Under the guidance of Warlord, Yi Shiwen quickly entered one of the main halls. There were two figures in the center of the hall. Yi Shiwen had seen one of them before. It was undoubtedly Southern Tianzuan. Beside the Southern Tianzuan was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His eyes were amber, and he had a resolute face. He didn't speak, and no one introduced him. However, Yi Shiwen was able to determine that this person should be the illustrious space-time Tianzuan if he wasn't mistaken. The fluctuations of the time and space laws on his body were the strongest. Yi Shiwen was also an outstanding expert in this aspect, so he could immediately sense the fluctuations of time and space. There might be many heavenly masters who were proficient in the time and space laws, but the only one here who could meet him at this time should be Space-Time, Heavenly Master. "Warlord, you're here." Southern Tianzuan nodded slightly and said, "This must be Martial Master, who has recently risen to fame." "That's right, I'm Martial Master. Greetings, my two friends," Yi Shiwen said with a bow. Southern Tianzuan was about to say something, but suddenly Space-Time Heavenly Master said with an unfriendly expression, "Martial Master, I have something to ask you." Space-Time Heavenly Master didn't come with good intentions. His expression was malicious, and he directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Everyone could see that Yi Shiwen was no exception. His expression immediately turned cold. He wasn't an Emperor King anymore, but a Heavenly Master like them. Even if there was a difference in cultivation, they were still in the same realm. "Say it," Yi Shiwen said coldly. "Is the death of Emperor God Rui related to you?" Space-Time Heavenly Master asked directly. Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that they were asking this question. He knew that Space-Time Heavenly Master would have some doubts. After all, everyone knew that he and Emperor God Rui had some conflicts. It wasn't a secret. With the strength of Emperor God Rui, unless a Heavenly Master took action, who else could kill him? This gave Yi Shiwen enough reason to be suspicious. You suspect me? Yi Shiwen sneered and said, Back then, I left the area I was in charge of after it was breached. I believe many people saw this. Then, I went to undergo the heavenly tribulation. What happened after the heavenly tribulation? Space-Time Heavenly Master stared at Yi Shiwen, trying to figure out something from his face. After the heavenly tribulation, I was going to return to the Fortune Divine Capital. After all, the battle wasn't over yet. However, I was stopped by someone. Yi Shiwen said lightly. Stopped by someone. You're already in the Heavenly Master realm. Who could stop you? Space-Time Heavenly Master continued to ask. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was indeed a very suspicious person. When he came out of his closed-door cultivation, he heard that his favorite disciple had been killed. He was furious and started investigating immediately. However, it was chaos at that time. Everyone was attracted by the foreign creatures. No one knew how Emperor God Rui had died. Even Emperor God Rui's death was only known to the public after a long time. Given Emperor God Rui's cultivation and status, not many people dared to ask about his affairs. He couldn't find anything, even if he wanted to. That part of the heavenly secret had been concealed by the joint efforts of the heavenly masters. It was impossible for him to go back and calculate it. He could only ask them one by one. Among these people, Yi Shiwen, who had both the motive and the strength, naturally became the first suspect. Xian Yuan, I don't know if you know him. Anyway, I was stopped by him when I just finished my heavenly tribulation. He said that someone asked him to stop me. Yi Shiwen said firmly. His expression didn't change. At this time, he had to thank Xian Yuan. If he hadn't stopped him, this matter wouldn't have been so simple to explain. Xian Yuan, it's him. Southern Heavenly Master's face revealed an ugly expression. Xian Yuan was a stranger to Yi Shiwen, but to him, he couldn't be more familiar. However, he should have said that he was free and unfettered. He shouldn't have said that he wanted to go against the Fortune God dynasty. Normally, Huang Xiaolong would not believe such words, but that incident was an exception. The reason why the Foreign Lands Army besieged the Fortune Divine Capital was because the Fortune Divine dynasty's various superforces and sects had gone easy on them. He also knew very well what these people wanted. It was no wonder that these people didn't want to see Yi Shiwen return to the divine capital of fortune and cause trouble for them. So, they sent Xian Yuan to stop Yi Shiwen. Thinking about it this way, many things could be explained. Given Xian Yuan's cultivation, Yi Shiwen, who had just finished his heavenly tribulation, couldn't possibly escape from him. Hence, the probability of him returning to kill Emperor God Rui was not high. Space-Time Heavenly Lord had also thought of this and was a little depressed. He had finally called Yi Shiwen over to confront him, but he had gotten such an answer in the end. The death of Emperor God Rui had suddenly become confusing. As there was no more information, he could only speculate. However, in this case, Yi Shiwen's suspicion was undoubtedly much lighter. How is it? Are you satisfied with this answer? Yi Shiwen said coldly. Southern Heavenly Master couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was naturally aware of Space-Time Heavenly Master's plan. Yi Shiwen was the #1 suspect. However, Huang Xiaolong did not support Huang Xiaolong's plan, because regardless of whether it was true or not, it wouldn't benefit the Fortune Divine Dynasty. If it was true, would the Fortune Divine Dynasty fall out with him because of a mere emperor, forcing him to defect to the outer world? If it was false, it would be even more embarrassing. Just like now, he could already sense the extreme displeasure in Yi Shiwen's tone. The situation was in a stalemate. Chapter 30, 380. For Lord Nan, this matter had nothing to do with him. He wasn't willing to face Yi Shiwen head-on for an emperor, even if he was a newcomer who had just entered the Heavenly Master realm. However, anyone who had entered this realm was not easy to deal with. Moreover, he wasn't in his peak condition, even if Yi Shiwen was the one who did it. So what? If Yi Shiwen was still a peak emperor, he could settle the score with him. But now it was not worth it to go against Yi Shiwen because of Emperor God Rui. Space-Time Heavenly Lord only snorted coldly and didn't say anything in the end. That was because he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Shiwen. Moreover, he wasn't sure that Emperor God Rui's death was related to Yi Shiwen. Just now, he just wanted to ask Yi Shiwen some questions to expose himself. Who would have thought that it wouldn't be of much use? During the period when the foreign armies besieged the divine capital of creation, the mysteries of heaven were chaotic and dark. It was impossible to calculate. Moreover, it was chaotic at that time. No one knew where Emperor God Rui went. No one knew who killed Emperor God Rui. Until now, there was still a mess to deal with. If it wasn't for War Venerable who had been dealing with it, they would have to face even more serious problems when they came out of seclusion. They had lost this game. In the end, they had no choice but to make concessions under the threat of all the heavenly masters in the world. In that case, all their previous plans were undoubtedly for naught. They had suffered losses for nothing. They were beaten into the divine capital of creation and the heavenly palace of creation. There were countless deaths and injuries. They could only swallow these losses. What depressed him the most was that he had been the mastermind of this plan from the beginning. He was also the one who had proposed to secretly refine a replica of the fortune key. In order to refine the replica of the fortune key, he had searched through countless historical records and searched for countless precious materials. He had spent more than 100,000 years before finally starting to forge it. For this, he had even put aside many matters in the central region. But he hadn't expected that this secret would still be leaked at the last moment. In the end, it had led to the joint counterattack of various heavenly venerables, including the Fortune Divine Dynasty's heavenly venerables. Originally, the heavenly masters of the Fortune God Dynasty and the heavenly masters of the Fortune God Dynasty coexisted in cooperation and confrontation. In general, there was more cooperation. A single superclan or a supersect was no match for the Fortune God Dynasty. Even 2 or 3 of them were not enough to deal with the Fortune God Dynasty. However, when all the supersects and supersects joined forces, even the Fortune God Dynasty had to consider their opinions seriously. If it was the foreign forces that joined forces with the Fortune God Dynasty, then the Fortune God Dynasty had no choice but to make concessions. Although this matter ended with the Fortune Divine Dynasty taking a step back, it set off a storm within the Fortune Divine Dynasty. It was unprecedented for the foreign domain's forces to collude with the Fortune Divine Dynasty's internal forces. It could be said to be an earth-shattering change. Whether it was the internal forces or the foreign forces, the Fortune God Dynasty was not afraid of either side. But when both sides colluded, it was a huge political matter. Although everyone knew that this kind of cooperation would only happen once and there would not be a second time, it was only because this matter concerned the interests of all the heavenly masters that all the heavenly masters were forced to join forces. Otherwise, the foreign forces and the Fortune God Dynasty's internal forces would have fought each other to the death the moment they met. Even so, it was still a huge accident. The space-time heavenly master, who had first proposed this idea, was inevitably cursed by many people. Although these ordinary people's wills couldn't do anything to him, if the entire Fortune God Dynasty thought that he was in the wrong, then it would be difficult for him to win the hearts of the people. Originally, he had wanted to use this matter to increase his prestige and become a legitimate middle heavenly master, instead of relying on the fact that there were no other heavenly masters in the central region, so he temporarily took over as a middle heavenly master. Once he could officially take over as a middle heavenly master, he would be the leader of all the heavenly masters and the Fortune God Dynasty's ruler. At that time, with the help of the entire Fortune God Dynasty's popularity, resources, and destiny, his cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds in a short time. But now, as the news leaked, the foreign forces had surrounded the fortune god capital, and the various forces were biding their time. Everything had turned into a big slap on his face. "Pa!" A resounding slap rang out, causing him to see stars. This was also why he had lost control and questioned Yi Shiwen, even though he knew that it wasn't the best choice. Yi Shiwen didn't know that he had become a scapegoat for the space-time Heavenly Master. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The space-time Heavenly Master was indeed powerful, but it wasn't that easy to deal with him. Not to mention, Yi Shiwen had the existence of Sword Master behind him, which would be a huge combat force at the critical moment. Therefore, facing the Heavenly Masters who hadn't recovered their strength, he wasn't afraid at all. "If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave first." Yi Shiwen immediately got up and left the Fortune Heavenly Palace. He didn't give any face at all. Towards the space-time Heavenly Master, he simply had an attitude of, "I don't care about you. What can you do to me?" "You." The space-time Heavenly Master was a little anxious, but in the end he didn't attack Yi Shiwen. If two great Heavenly Masters fought in the Fortune Heavenly Palace, there would be big problems. It wasn't impossible for them to destroy more than half of the Fortune God capital. Look at him. He has just become a Heavenly Master, but he's already so arrogant. Can we still control him in the future? The space-time Heavenly Venerate was burning with rage. Given his unruly personality, I reckon he's capable of anything. I'm afraid that the incident with Emperor God Rui has something to do with him. Moreover, you've also seen the intelligence reports. The human tribe has suddenly gained a large amount of resources and wealth, and their strength has increased several times over. These resources and wealth are of unknown origin. After Yi Shiwen turned and left, the space-time Heavenly Master was furious. Southern Tianzuan was also expressionless. What else could he say? Although Yi Shiwen's actions were arrogant and unruly, how many of those Tianzuan were not arrogant and unruly? Weren't they the same? It was just that their positions were different now, so the issues they considered were different from before. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was just the same as the others. He wasn't too out of line, so naturally there wasn't much to say. After a while, the space-time Heavenly Master regained his composure. However, his eyes were still flickering with a frightening coldness. He still felt that Yi Shiwen was closely related to Emperor God Rui's death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt this way. At this point, he believed in his intuition far more than the so-called evidence. However, with Yi Shiwen's current status and strength, he couldn't casually need him. He had to think of an appropriate solution. So what if his origin is unknown? If you want to ask him, I'm afraid he has 100 answers. What can you do about it? Heavenly Venerate, Nan said faintly. Moreover, he isn't a newcomer who just entered the Heavenly Venerate realm. If I'm not wrong, he should have already entered the second realm. How long has it been since he entered the Heavenly Venerate realm? Do you really want to go against such a person? Southern Heavenly Master's words immediately reminded the space-time Heavenly Master. He was in a fit of anger just now and didn't notice many things. Now that he thought about it, it was true. Yi Shiwen's performance seemed to have indeed entered the second realm. However, he was different from Southern Heavenly Master. Southern Heavenly Master didn't offend Yi Shiwen, so he didn't want to go against Yi Shiwen. The more amazing Yi Shiwen's performance was, the more he didn't want to go against Yi Shiwen. However, the space-time Heavenly Master was completely different. In his opinion, the more amazing Yi Shiwen's performance was, the greater the threat he felt. In just a short period of time, Yi Shiwen had already entered the second realm. Such an amazing performance made him feel a strong sense of threat. Good, Marshal Venerable. The space-time Heavenly Master sneered. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, the space-time Heavenly Master's figure instantly disappeared from the cloud bed in the hall. Marshal Venerable? Space-time Heavenly Master? A smile appeared on Southern Heavenly Master's face. In his heart, Yi Shiwen was no doubt a threat. However, all of this was not as important as breaking through the Heaven Gate. As long as he broke through the Heaven Gate, all conspiracies and schemes were just a joke in front of absolute strength. Yi Shiwen left the Fortune Heavenly Palace and directly found the War Master. He said, "Friend War Master, I would like to ask, when will the Path of Fortune open?" "It will probably take some time. After all, the Heavenly Master who is going to the outer domain this time hasn't arrived yet," said the War Master. "It will take some time. With the speed of a Heavenly Master, I'm afraid it won't take long, right?" Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and asked immediately, "I don't know about this. It's just that this is what the outer domain said. Recently, Pan Tian Tian has been very active in the outer domain. Many of the spies we buried there for thousands of years have been uprooted. Many of them are not as well informed as before," said the War Master helplessly. "So now we can only wait with peace of mind. All right, I'll wait first." Yi Shiwen didn't mind. Anyway, he also needed some time to cultivate. "If worst comes to worst, I'll just go into closed-door cultivation. Anyway, when the time comes, just let me know." "I'm afraid that you won't have time to go into closed-door cultivation." The Zhan Zun chuckled and said, "This might seem like a tough job, but in fact, there will be a lot of benefits. Apart from me, the only reason I was chosen was because of the recommendation of the Eastern Heavenly Sovereign. That's why you were arranged for this trip." The War Master's words immediately made Yi Shiwen a little confused. Chapter 30, 381. The War Elder's words left Yi Shiwen a little bewildered. He had originally thought that he had been captured as a coolie. Otherwise, why would he have to travel thousands of miles from the eastern region to the Fortune Divine capital? He was clearly being used as a coolie. Now, listening to the War Master, it seemed that everything was not that simple. What benefits could there be in this matter? "Please speak frankly," Yi Shiwen said as he cupped his hands. "He, you will soon know about this matter. There is no need for me to say it," said the War Master with a smile. "Naturally, I will not let you suffer in this matter. After all, we are in the same camp. The Eastern Celestial Master will not let you and me suffer." Yi Shiwen suddenly remembered that there was such a thing. It must be known that although he had joined the Eastern Heavenly Venerates Alliance, he hadn't actually done anything yet. There hadn't been any news for thousands of years. So, Yi Shiwen had almost thrown this matter to the back of his mind. Now that the War Venerate had given him a reminder, he suddenly realized that if it was the Eastern Venerate's recommendation, then perhaps it wasn't a chore like he had initially thought, but a good thing. Looking at the War Master's appearance, it was obvious that he would continue to support the Eastern Celestial Master. Thinking about it, even if the War Master had also entered the Celestial Master realm, the gap between him and the Eastern Celestial Master was still obvious. It might be impossible to catch up within 1,000,000 years. This was the conjecture that the Eastern Celestial Master was trapped under the Heavenly Pass. If the Eastern Celestial Master broke through the Heavenly Pass, then the gap between them would be even greater. In this case, supporting the Eastern Celestial Master was the best solution. Yi Shiwen was silent for a while. He did not pay much by joining the Eastern Celestial Master's camp. Instead, he gained a lot of benefits. However, he also understood that there was no free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you have to pay the price. In a sense, the heavens were fair. However, he did not care about this problem anymore, as long as his strength improved further. So what if he supported the Eastern Celestial Master? If the Eastern Celestial Master really became a Middle Celestial Master and took control of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. If that was the case, what was there to worry about? Since you've said so, then I'll sit and wait, ha 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 ha. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily and asked, "There's a question I'd like to ask you, fellow cultivator." "Fellow Taoist, please speak," War Sovereign said. Do you know who Xian Yuan is? Yi Shiwen asked. Xian Yuan, I know a little about him. He's a loose person. He didn't establish any great sect, but he's an extremely powerful and troublesome character. He became a celestial master a long time ago. Because he's always been alone, coupled with his tyrannical strength, very few people are willing to provoke him. Could it be that you've offended him, fellow Taoist? Yi Shiwen asked. No, I didn't offend him. It's just that I crossed the heavenly master tribulation and wanted to return to the divine capital of fortune. But he stopped me, said Yi Shiwen. So that's how it is. I can also guess that someone must have invited him. However, I'm also a bit curious as to who would be willing to pay such a price. The war elder said with a smile. A cold expression flashed across his face. He was a die-hard supporter of the Fortune divine dynasty. He naturally didn't have a good impression of those stubborn tyrants. Although Yi Shiwen had only mentioned it briefly, with his wisdom, he could naturally guess that someone must have invited Xian Yuan to stop Yi Shiwen from returning to rescue them. Although many celestial masters had joined forces to suppress the Fortune divine dynasty, they were obviously unwilling to stand out. After all, the Fortune divine dynasty couldn't deal with all of them. After all, the law couldn't punish too many people. This was true everywhere, but they could still pick out a few troublemakers to deal with. If they personally stopped Yi Shiwen, then it would be the truth. At that time, they would be uprooted and killed in an instant. There would be nothing they could say. Perhaps only someone like Xian Yuan, who was extremely powerful and alone, was the most suitable person to do so. But that Xian Yuan's strength is very high. There are rumors that he has already broken through the heaven gate. You didn't suffer much, right? War Sovereign said again after regaining his composure. That's not a problem. I didn't fight him directly. Yi Shiwen smiled and shook his head. At that time, he had just stepped into the celestial master realm. His cultivation was still shallow, so he couldn't tell whether Xian Yuan had broken through the heaven gate or not. But since War Sovereign said so, everything was very likely. Xian Yuan didn't have a huge force behind him, so his cultivation resources shouldn't be as good as those celestial masters. In this way, he could still have such an amazing cultivation. This person was not simple, and definitely not an ordinary person. It's good that you didn't fight him. Although I haven't seen this person before, there is a lot of information about him in the Fortune divine dynasty. According to the information, he should be a free and unrestrained person. But this kind of person is also a bit temperamental. He was only asked by someone to stop you. If you didn't have any conflict, then everything would be fine. But if you really fought, there is a possibility that he would kill you. War Sovereign said. Let me ask you another person. Do you know Celestial Master Divine Fire? Yi Shiwen looked at War Sovereign and asked. There was a trace of hostility in his eyes. Celestial Master Divine Fire, why are you asking about him? War Sovereign said, I know about him. Celestial Master Divine Fire is a super sect in the Southern Territory, the supreme sect master of the Divine Fire sect. He is very powerful, and in the Southern Territory he is second only to Celestial Master Southern. But I heard that he should be in the Heaven Breaking Pass, right? Why? Does he have a grudge with you? War Sovereign was not an idiot. Looking at Yi Shiwen's unfriendly face, he roughly knew something. Although he didn't know what the grudge was, it was probably not a small one. But he was also a bit puzzled. Why would Celestial Master Divine Fire, who was in the Southern Territory, offend Yi Shiwen? No matter how he looked at it, it did not make sense. Grudge? It's more than just grudge. Yi Shiwen smiled and said, If there is no accident, when the time comes, either he or I will die. What? War Sovereign finally couldn't control his expression and revealed a shocked expression. He was very clear about Yi Shiwen's character. For him to say such words, the grudge between the two parties was probably irreconcilable. But he was even more curious. Under normal circumstances, two celestial masters would not casually fight. just like space-time's celestial master. Even if he suspected that Emperor God Rui's death was related to Yi Shiwen, he would not easily make a move. If it was against an emperor, it would be a different matter. Under such circumstances, to be able to make two celestial masters fight to the death, there was no need to say more about the grudge between the two parties. I won't ask you what the reason is. I only ask you, do you need Eastern's celestial master to come forward and mediate? Although celestial master divine fire is powerful, compared to Eastern celestial master, he is still much weaker. If Eastern celestial master is willing to come forward and mediate, he won't dare to do anything, said War Sovereign. Yi Shiwen's face revealed a smile. He could see that War Sovereign was really concerned about him. Since the two of them had helped each other until now, they naturally had more affection for each other than others. If he and Celestial Master Divine Fire only had an ordinary grudge, it was fine according to War Sovereign's words. However, Celestial Master Divine Fire had humiliated him too much. He wanted to take him as a servant and almost caused him to fail in his heaven's retribution. If his strength was a little weaker and he was seriously injured in the heaven's retribution, Celestial Master Divine Fire might have succeeded in the end. Under such a grudge, there was no room for reconciliation between the two parties. He would not let go of Celestial Master Divine Fire, who almost caused his death. On the other hand, Celestial Master Divine Fire should also know this. He must want to get rid of Yi Shiwen as soon as possible. In such a situation, it was useless for anyone to mediate. No need. Yi Shiwen shook his head. In this matter, either he dies or I die. There is no other possibility. All right then. War Sovereign saw that he couldn't persuade Yi Shiwen at all, so he could only give up. However, he still reminded Yi Shiwen. However, you still have to be careful. His strength is very strong. He is second only to Southern Heavenly Lord. In terms of strength, he is one of the best in the Southern region. You have just crossed the heaven's retribution and become a Heavenly Lord. At this time, you will be at a disadvantage if you confront him head-on, as long as you stay in the Eastern region. Even if he wants to be presumptuous, he has to consider whether Eastern Heavenly Lord will allow him to be presumptuous. I understand. I have a sense of propriety. Yi Shiwen nodded. He certainly understood War Sovereign's meaning. As long as he stayed in the Eastern region, he would more or less receive the protection of Eastern Heavenly Lord. Eastern Heavenly Lord Mansion was high up in the Eastern region. It was impossible for them to allow outsiders to behave atrociously here and kill the generals of their camp. This was indeed a good method. However, Yi Shiwen's killing intent was also very strong. He also had the thought of killing Divine Lord Skyfire. Since you have a sense of propriety, then it's fine. I won't say anything more. War Sovereign said. In his opinion, this was enough. Yi Shiwen also had his own considerations, so he couldn't say anything more. Since then, Yi Shiwen had been paying attention to the Divine Fire sect of the Southern region. If possible, he wanted to exterminate the Divine Fire sect as well. He was not a bloodthirsty person. However, Divine Lord Skyfire had tripped him up when he was fighting against the heaven-devouring demon clan patriarch. Later on, he had attacked him at the critical moment when he was crossing the heaven's retribution, almost causing him to die. This was a deep hatred. How could he not take revenge? After bidding farewell to War Sovereign, Yi Shiwen found a place to settle down in the divine capital of fortune. Although every inch of land in the divine capital of fortune was expensive, with Yi Shiwen's financial resources, there was no problem. He circled an area for the divine court and even the human race to settle down in the divine capital of fortune in the future. And as soon as he settled down, the benefits that War Sovereign had mentioned came knocking on his door. Chapter 30, 382. The Martial Honored Hall had just been built in the Fortune Divine Capital, so there were no disciples there. This place was too far away from Buzhou Mountain. Yi Shiwen had just enlightened some flowers, trees, and animals. As a disciple who served the Martial Honored Hall, It was naturally not a problem for Yi Shiwen to enlighten these plants and animals. Moreover, these creatures were innately stronger than others. Yi Shiwen had just settled in the martial honored hall, and the benefits that the war elder had mentioned came as promised. It was a peak quasi-emperor. He was a middle-aged man with 4 arms and scarlet scales on the surface of his arms and legs. Red-scaled tribe. Red-scaled emperor greets, "Martial honored sir." The middle-aged man greeted Yi Shiwen respectfully because he knew that the difference between an emperor lord and a heavenly venerable was like heaven and earth. No matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of this person. Moreover, he knew that this person had once killed a heavenly venerable as a peak emperor lord. He had done it as a peak emperor lord, and now that he had entered the heavenly venerable realm, his strength was even more unfathomable. In any case, he was not in existence that he could afford to offend. "You may rise. May I know why the red-scaled emperor is here?" Yi Shiwen asked. When the middle-aged man introduced himself, Yi Shiwen had already deduced a lot of information through the heavenly Tao. The red-scaled tribe was also a rather powerful tribe in the southern region. In the past, the Crimson Scale Emperor was one of the top 10 strongest races. However, it declined later on. Even so, it was not something that ordinary races could compare to. This was evident from the fact that the Crimson Scale Emperor was a peak sovereign emperor. If Yi Shiwen had not existed 10,000 years ago, the human race would not have been a match for the red-scaled tribe, even if they claimed to have occupied 11 prefectures. That was a gap of countless years. However, it was different now. Apart from the top emperor lords, the human race had already stabilized their strength as one of the top 10 strongest tribes. Coupled with Yi Shiwen's presence, this gap wasn't a big deal at all. However, Huang Xiaolong felt a little strange. The Crimson Scale Emperor shouldn't have much contact with him in the southern region. Even if he were to serve in the Fortune God dynasty in the future, he wouldn't be able to manage the southern region. "My lord, I'm here to congratulate you for overcoming the heavenly tribulation and taking another step forward on the path of creation. I'm also here to ask for your help," the Red Scale Emperor said respectfully. Yi Shiwen immediately understood that the first reason was just an excuse. In fact, the second reason was the key. "What's the matter?" Yi Shiwen faintly said. His facial expression was indifferent, and one couldn't see any psychological changes in him. "My clan would like to request your excellency to rescue our old ancestor after you enter the path of fortune." The Red Scale Emperor raised his head and glanced at Yi Shiwen. Then he spoke in a respectful manner. "Your clan also lost an ancestor?" Yi Shiwen immediately asked. He understood many things in an instant. Generally, emperors could freely leave the path of fortune when it opened. Only heavenly masters would be trapped within. This meant that the old ancestor that the Red Scale Emperor mentioned should be a heavenly master expert. However, it was normal. With the Red Scale tribe strength, it was impossible for them to become one of the top 10 clans without a heavenly master expert. Take the heaven-devouring demon tribe, for example. Although they controlled 7 prefectures and had a lot of resources, they were only a first-rate clan below the top 10 clans. They were roughly the same as the current Red Scale tribe. However, they couldn't be considered as one of the top 10 clans because they didn't have a heavenly master expert. It was precisely because of this that they supported the heaven-devouring demon emperor with the strength of their clan and helped him break through to the heavenly master realm. The heaven-devouring demon tribe was only one step away from completing the final transformation. However, it was a pity that they had brought disaster upon themselves because they supported the heaven-devouring demon emperor with all their might. If it weren't for the fact that the heaven-devouring demon tribe's demands were so excessive that they were practically digging up the foundations of the human race, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have wanted to go against the heaven-devouring demon emperor. However, everything was already a foregone conclusion now. There was no point in saying anything else. Indeed, the old ancestor of my tribe has indeed fallen into the trap. The Red Scale Emperor smiled bitterly. If that wasn't the case, how could a dignified tribe of the top 10 clans have fallen to such a state? When Yi Shiwen heard the Red Scale Emperor's words, he immediately understood what the benefits that the War Elder had mentioned previously were. This trip to the path of creation was handled by him and the War Elder. Therefore, the tribes that had lost their old ancestor wouldn't dare to slight them. If they wanted Yi Shiwen to rescue their old ancestor, they would have to eagerly offer him benefits. Anyway, only a limited number of people would be going. What else could they do if they didn't rescue him? If Yi Shiwen said that he couldn't find the old ancestor, they would really be crying their eyes out. What else could they do then? Moreover, the price to open the path of creation was very high. This time it was only possible because all the major forces of the creation realm had joined forces. No one knew how long it would take for them to open the path of creation again. If they missed this opportunity, they might not be able to wait for the old ancestor of their tribe to be rescued. After opening the path of creation several times, it wasn't that they didn't know the situation that the old ancestor of their tribe was facing. It could only be described as a protracted existence. In the past, they had tried to rescue the heavenly venerables of their tribe during the opening of the path of creation. However, they would discover that they were stuck at the most crucial point. Only heavenly venerables could enter. However, heavenly venerables would also be trapped if they came here. This formed an unsolvable knot. In the past, the heavenly venerables had entered the path of creation in large numbers because of the existence of the fate key. It allowed them to enter freely. There were heavenly venerables from other domains, and there were also heavenly venerables from the Fortune Divine Dynasty. There were no exceptions. This was the rule that the Fortune Divine Lord had established. From this aspect, it could be seen that the Fortune Divine Lord's breadth of mind had long surpassed the hostility between the two camps. A giant dragon wouldn't care about the disputes between ants. When Yi Shiwen had become an emperor, he hadn't hunted down all his enemies. As the ruler of a world, he had such a breadth of mind because he had truly stood in that position. It was precisely because they had been forced to this extent that they had no choice but to rely on Yi Shiwen and the others. This was the benefit that War Elder had mentioned before. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. At this moment, the Crimson Scale Emperor immediately understood something when he saw this. He gritted his teeth and said, "This time I've come with a congratulatory gift for Senior's promotion to a heavenly venerate." MHM. Yi Shiwen nodded. Then the Crimson Scale Emperor flipped his palm slightly, and a grayish mass appeared on his palm. A thin layer of fog surrounded it, blocking all prying eyes. However, Yi Shiwen discovered that this fog was actually evolved from the principles. "What is this?" Yi Shiwen asked. "This is the heavenly venerate source left behind by our ancestor after his transformation," said the Crimson Scale Emperor. "I won't hide it from you. Every time our Crimson Scale clan advances in cultivation, we will shed our original source and leave behind only the purest seed. Then we will cultivate again. This way, our life source will become purer and purer. The shed heavenly venerate source is incomparably precious. If other heavenly venerates consume it, their cultivation will advance greatly, saving them countless years of bitter cultivation." "Oh!" Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was the case, then it would be extremely attractive to him. However, since the heavenly venerate source is so good, why don't you use it yourself? It should be able to be used to create a heavenly venerate. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly and asked, "Reporting to you, because the heavenly venerate source is too tyrannical, we don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Only heavenly venerates can absorb the source and use it to enhance their strength," said the Crimson Scale Emperor with a slight smile. How could they not have thought of this point? However, everyone who had tried had all fallen. Originally, the ability to continuously shed their life source was also the reason why their clan was able to rapidly grow stronger. The people in the front would constantly cultivate and shed their life source. This would then become nourishment for the people in the back. In this way, the strength of the clan could grow stronger at an astonishing speed. This was also the blessing of the heavens for their clan. However, only people of the same level could use it. If the difference in their realm was too great, they would be killed by the life source of others. This was also the reason why no heavenly venerate had emerged from their clan, even though they were guarding such a peerless treasure. This was also the reason why they had to hand this item over to Yishuin. No matter how precious this item was, it couldn't be compared to the old ancestor of their clan. I understand. Yi Shiwen grabbed this mass of fog in his hand and felt the surging laws within it. There were also heavenly venerate laws boiling within it. Although it didn't seem like much from the outside, it contained extremely terrifying martial power and fluctuations of the laws. It was no wonder that no one in the Crimson Scale clan could use it. With the martial power of an emperor, wanting to devour this mass of heavenly venerate source was undoubtedly courting death. There was no other possibility. You go back first. As for your old ancestor, I will definitely do my best to rescue him, said Yi Shiwen. Since he was being lenient, he naturally had to do things for him. Moreover, this trip was originally to rescue those top-notch heavenly venerates. This was just a matter of convenience. The Crimson Scale Emperor naturally knew this. However, to avoid any accidents, he still contributed the heavenly venerate's life source. This was because if Yi Shiwen failed, he would only be saving one less person. However, for their clan, they would lose their true hope. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The Crimson Scale Emperor revealed a smile on his face. He then turned around and left the martial, honored palace. However, the Crimson Scale Emperor was only the first person to visit. Chapter 30, 383. Yi Shiwen played with the Heavenly Master's origin in his hand. He was a little excited. He could feel the surging power and the fluctuations of the laws. Even if it could not be completely transformed into his own power, it was enough for him to break through to the peak of the second realm. At that time, he would only be a step away from the third realm. It would save him at least tens of thousands of years of hard work. The benefits of just this origin were unimaginable. This trip was definitely not in vain. No Wonder War elder said that this time the Eastern Heavenly Master did not harm him, but sent him benefits. Soon, another person requested to see him. This time he wasn't being willful. Instead, he was like a storm. His entire body was made up of wind elements, and one could barely make out a humanoid figure in the dark green storm. Storm God Clan, Storm Emperor greets Lord. The Storm Emperor said as he cupped his hands together with two wind elemental energies from the depths of his body. Yi Shiwen's eyes were like torches. Naturally, he could see at a glance that this was an elemental clan. Its whole body was a violent storm. If it was released completely, it would not be difficult to destroy a world. Its cultivation had also entered the 9th realm of the Emperor realm. The Storm God clan was also considered a big clan. It was also an extremely powerful clan in the northern region. In particular, their clan's territory was in the area between the outer region and the Fortune God dynasty. That was the place where the storms were the most violent. It was also the territory of their clan and also their holy land for cultivation. If it was not for the fact that their own clan was not as easy to reproduce as those clans with physical bodies, it would be terrible. Even so, the Storm God clan was considered to be famous in the northern region. At this time, with the matter of the Red Scale clan, Yi Shiwen already understood the purpose of the Storm God clan's visit. It was probably because of the Heavenly Master in the clan. For a clan, whether or not there was a Heavenly Master in charge was like heaven and earth. It was a completely different world and could not be mentioned in the same breath. If the Storm God clan wanted to really rise, they had to save their clan's old ancestor. Get up, Yi Shiwen said. The Storm Emperor took the opportunity to get up and said, Thank you, Lord. I don't know why you have come here, Yi Shiwen faintly asked. He certainly knew, but he pretended not to know. This time, I have come to ask my lord to help my clan with a great favor. My clan will be eternally grateful, said the Storm Emperor. His voice was buzzing. Yi Shiwen couldn't see his expression because his entire body was a storm. However, he could feel that the storm inside his body had become a lot more active. Obviously, his emotions had also become a lot more agitated. Have you also come to ask me to rescue your clan's old ancestor? Yi Shiwen immediately asked. That's right, my lord is wise and wise. The Storm Emperor quickly said, You don't have to worry about this. After all, I'm also going in on behalf of everyone. I'll try my best. Yi Shiwen said non-committally. Then he looked at the Storm Emperor. At this moment, the Storm Emperor suddenly stood up and said, As long as you are willing to rescue my patriarch, my clan is willing to offer a heavenly Exalt Tao artifact as the price for rescuing my patriarch. Heavenly Exalt Tao artifact? Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up because he was also very interested in the Heavenly Exalt Tao artifact. Even he didn't have a Heavenly Exalt Tao artifact now. Normally it wouldn't matter. It was enough for a new Heavenly Exalt. However, if he wanted to fight against Emperor Primordial Chaos, it might not be enough. What he feared the most about Emperor Primordial Chaos was his Heavenly Exalt Tao artifact. As for himself, he had been imprisoned to the point where he could barely breathe. The threat was secondary. If he had a Heavenly Exalt Tao artifact in hand, then his chances of winning would undoubtedly be much higher. Yes, it's a Heavenly Exalt Tao artifact, said the Storm Emperor. Then a big hole appeared in his body. In the center of the big hole, a pair of simple and unadorned gloves with flowing lights appeared. Soon, it flew in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen came into contact with this glove. The palm of the left hand of the glove was broken. Obviously, it wasn't complete. Instead, it was somewhat damaged. It wasn't in its peak state. However, even so, such an incomplete Celestial Master Tao tool was still unparalleled in might and priceless. The Storm Emperor was indeed very sincere in giving such a Heavenly Exalt Tao artifact as a greeting gift. Yi Shiwen casually unlocked the special sealing array on this glove. Be careful. The Storm Emperor saw Yi Shiwen's action and immediately shouted loudly. Then the pair of gloves seemed to have grown wings and turned into a streamer of light and suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, Yi Shiwen just smiled coldly and said, Want to leave? As he said that, his big hand suddenly grabbed the glove that was about to fly away. Yi Shiwen suddenly caught it in his hand. It had completely become something in his hand. He immediately erased the spirit in this glove and then sent his own spirit into it. This Heavenly Exalt Tao artifact fell into his hand. The reason why it was so easy was that this glove was not in peak condition. Most importantly, it had no master. How could it resist Yi Shiwen in the form of an incomplete Heavenly Exalt Tao artifact? After Yi Shiwen imprinted his spirit into it, he immediately knew that this glove was called the Boundless All-Elephant's Hand. It was originally a Heavenly Exalt Tao artifact of a powerful figure called the Wanxiang Ancestor. Back then, the Wanxiang Ancestor was extremely powerful. With the Boundless All-Elephant's Hand, he could hold the sun and chase the silver moon. He was one of the few powerful figures in the world at that time. However, he later offended the old ancestor of the Storm God clan. After being defeated, the old ancestor was completely killed. The Boundless All-Elephant's Hand that he left behind became the clan treasure of the Storm God clan. It was rarely used. It could be said that it was almost used as a trump card. However, in order to save the old ancestor of their clan, they had to hand it over whether they were willing or not. In their opinion, apart from this, there was probably nothing else that could move a Heavenly Exalt like Yi Shiwen. The Storm Emperor looked at Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen was expressionless. No one could see what was going on in his mind. At this moment, a smile appeared on Yi Shiwen's face, and he said, Good, very good. I will definitely save your clan's old ancestor. The Storm Emperor finally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Yi Shiwen had also said that he would try his best. However, everyone could see that this was just a perfunctory statement. It couldn't be regarded as a guarantee. In fact, the old ancestor of their clan would probably be abandoned if something were to happen to him. Therefore, he had no choice but to use his trump card. Now it seemed that Yi Shiwen was very satisfied. As for whether Yi Shiwen would save the old ancestor of his clan, he did not think much about it. If Yi Shiwen did not want to ruin his reputation, he would not have swallowed his things without doing anything. In that case, the invisible loss would be much more than this. Who would dare to trust him in the future? He would have to do a lot of things and pay a price that he was not willing to bear. In that case, I will take my leave first. After saying that, the Storm Emperor quickly turned around and retreated. Yi Shiwen did not care. He just checked the boundless mammoth hand in his hand. This boundless mammoth hand was extremely important to him, because with this boundless mammoth hand, Yi Shiwen could compete with the blood spear of Emperor Primordial Chaos. It could also be used as a supplementary method to cast the universe creation palm. It was enough to smash a world with his bare hands effortlessly. In short, after obtaining the boundless mammoth hand, Yi Shiwen's last shortcoming was also made up, especially now that Swordmaster was still in the chaos, collecting materials to refine the Heavenly Master Dao tool for him. This was even more important. After the representatives of the Red Phosphorus clan and the Storm God clan came one after another, the representatives of other clans also came one after another. For a time, there was an endless stream of visitors. However, they came one after another as if they had an agreement. They almost never met each other. After receiving the representatives of more than a dozen clans one after another, it finally quieted down. Not everyone came to visit Yi Shiwen. After all, in addition to Yi Shiwen, there were also war masters and others who they wanted to help. It was not limited to Yi Shiwen's side. This was only a small part of it. However, even so, Yi Shiwen also obtained huge benefits. In addition to the Heavenly Master's origin of the Red Scale clan and the boundless mammoth hand of the Storm God clan, other clans also brought a lot of good things. Although they were not as good as the gifts brought by the two clans, they were also rare. Many of them were heavenly treasures that Yi Shiwen needed to cast the universe creation celestial Dao tool. They were all on his list. Yi Shiwen also did not refuse any of them. In addition, the most important thing was that he obtained half a calamity-breaking incense. This calamity-breaking incense was an extremely precious treasure. It was a treasure that could only be refined by consuming the power of hope of billions of creatures. The refining method had already been lost long before the establishment of the Fortune God dynasty. Therefore, if any of the calamity-breaking incense that was left in the world was spread, it would cause countless celestial masters to break their heads and bleed. This calamity-breaking incense was refined from countless power of hope. It didn't have any special function. It only had one use, and that was to help the user break through the barrier of the realm. It could use the great merits of the power of hope to protect the user to forcefully break through to the next realm. The more calamity-breaking incense there was, the higher the probability of breaking through, and the easier it would be to break through. Although it was only half a calamity-breaking incense, its value was not inferior to the Heavenly Master's origin and the celestial Dao tool. It was also incomparably precious. After obtaining these good things, Yi Shiwen immediately entered the state of closed-door training. Chapter 30, 384. Yi Shiwen immediately went into closed-door training after he had obtained these treasures that were rarely seen on ordinary days. Although it wasn't long before he had to go to the path of creation, it was enough for him. He could raise his cultivation to the peak of the second realm in one go. When that happened, it would be easier for him to kill Emperor Primordius. No matter what, this was the best chance for him to kill Emperor Primordial Chaos. He would never let such an opportunity slip away from his hands. The existence of such a person was too much of a threat to him. He had to be careful. If he was not careful, all his previous efforts might be wasted. It would not be so easy to kill Emperor Primordial Chaos the next time. Yi Shiwen started his closed-door training after he had arranged the formation all over the martial honored hall. His body began to gradually become transparent. He had completely integrated with heaven and earth. It was as if he was born to be a part of heaven and earth. Every time he breathed, he had to inhale a huge amount of spiritual energy. If he did not have the support of the incomplete king level dragon vein, his cultivation speed would have been constantly reduced. The speed of comprehension was one thing, but whether the resources could support it was another. However, the price of Yi Shiwen's amazing cultivation speed was that the incomplete king level dragon vein had been consumed by 1/3. This was completed in just over 10,000 years. If word got out, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Many people would curse Yi Shiwen for being a wastrel. Dragon veins should not be used like this. If dragon veins were used so crudely, how many dragon veins in the world could be wasted like this? However, this was not a big deal to Yi Shiwen. As long as he improved his strength, he could bear all the losses. It wasn't that he didn't know that many people had designs on him. In particular, the matter of the incomplete king level dragon vein had already entered the eyes of many people. It was just that because of the good fortune key, they didn't have the time to make a move on Yi Shiwen. By the time they wanted to make a move, Yi Shiwen had already secured his position as a celestial master. However, this definitely did not mean that they would give up on the idea in their hearts. The king-level dragon vein was too important to a celestial lord. Because of this, he did not hesitate to improve his strength. Only when he was strong enough could he keep everything he had now. Everything else was fleeting. This philosophy had accompanied him all the way to his current position. How could he change because of others' thoughts? After swallowing enough spirit energy, Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and swallowed the Heavenly Lord's source into his body. It was as if he was inhaling the Yellow River. In an instant, his mind seemed to explode. Countless information poured into Yi Shiwen's mind. These were all things contained within an Empyrean source. For an Empyrean, this was the most fundamental existence. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, it didn't matter. As long as their source was still there, everything else was fine. Even the spirit was evolved from the celestial Lord Origin. Was only evolved from the celestial Lord Origin. These were the many comprehensions left behind by the ancestor of the Red Scale clan. They were extremely complete in all aspects, and they contained endless power. It could be said that a peerless master had given him a super infusion. And this infusion was done at the cost of the Red Scale clan's ancestors' full power and perception. If it wasn't for the red-scaled race's unique physique and cultivation technique, it wouldn't have been popularized. Another idea emerged in Yi Shiwen's mind. Could it be possible to use this special characteristic of the red-scale race to create a system of power techniques? This would allow the predecessors to continuously shed their own insights and skills, and then become more refined. And then these things could be passed on to the later generations. If they could really establish it, the strength of the human race would soar in a short period of time. At that time, it would not be impossible for the human race to rise to the top of the top 10 races. It was impossible for an ordinary person to do so. The reason why the red-scaled tribe could do so was because of their special physique. Just like the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe, as long as they continued to devour flesh and blood, their strength would gradually rise. This was a gift bestowed by the heavens, and it was not something that others could imitate even if they wanted to. However, Yi Shiwen had the mysterious space. He believed that there should be a way to deduce it if he was willing to pay any price to do so. This mysterious space could deduce all the ways, and the bloodline of the red-scaled tribe was just a kind of bloodline born from the ways. There must be a reason why it could take shape. It was just that ordinary people would not know what the reason was. Perhaps even the red-scaled tribe themselves did not know the reason why their bloodline could display such an ability. However, it was just an idea in Yi Shiwen's mind. It would take a long time for this idea to be fully realized. At least, Yi Shiwen could not care about it in a short period of time. At this moment, he really could not care about it. The idea just now was just a small idea that flashed by. It was quickly submerged in the sea of thoughts. This was because he had to process too much information. These were the insights of the red-scaled tribe's ancestor. From these insights, Yi Shiwen could see that the red-scaled tribe's ancestor was a terrifying existence above the fourth realm. This was because the vast majority of the information was the insights of the third realm, as well as the full power of the third realm experts. According to the characteristics of the red-scaled tribe, since these were the insights and power of the third realm, it could only be achieved by the fourth realm or above. If Yi Shiwen wanted to advance from the second realm to the peak of the second realm, he would not be able to achieve it just by absorbing a huge amount of power and spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have already broken through to the peak of the second realm. He also needed to have enough insights. Originally, these insights needed time to accumulate. However, it was different now. With the insights of the red-scaled tribe's ancestor, Yi Shiwen could save a lot of time. Although not all of them could be used, they were after all a level higher than Yi Shiwen's cultivation. Through reverse deduction, Yi Shiwen could also obtain the insights of the second realm. Therefore, while comprehending the insights left behind by the red-scaled tribe's ancestor, Yi Shiwen's power was advancing at an astonishing speed. Although the red-scaled tribe's ancestor's power couldn't be completely used and could only be converted into power that could be used by him, the progress of his power was still very astonishing, because he didn't need much time to comprehend. It could be said that he could comprehend wherever he saw. With the help of the mysterious space within his body, it was completely possible for him to do so. This was his greatest advantage. The only shortcoming was that the consumption of spiritual energy was too astonishing, far exceeding the normal consumption. However, the more he comprehended, the more he felt how amazing the insights left behind by the red-scaled tribe's ancestor were. The second realm was already much more tyrannical than the first realm, but the third realm was much stronger than the second realm. The huge amount of information contained within made Yi Shiwen ecstatic. For him, there was no problem of being unable to digest it. There was only the problem of not having enough information about the Great Way. Although there was a gap in the realm at his level, it could be said that he could comprehend by analogy. There were many problems that he hadn't thought of before, but once he thought of them, then these problems were no longer problems. Like a sponge, he was crazily absorbing this information to strengthen himself. His cultivation was different from the red-scaled tribe's ancestors, but a single mile leads to 100 miles. There were many common principles. Naturally, he could absorb what he wanted to absorb and what he needed to absorb. His strength was increasing rapidly, and he was constantly approaching the pinnacle, an absolute pinnacle. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Shiwen finally opened his eyes fiercely. He restrained all the power in his body so that not even the slightest bit leaked out. He calculated the time and realized that another month had passed. For a heavenly venerate, a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. However, in this month's time, he had actually gone from just stepping into the second realm to the peak of the second realm. The great effect of the red-scaled tribe's celestial master's source could be seen from this. It simply allowed Yi Shiwen to advance at the speed of light. The only drawback was that within the celestial master's source, whether it was the information about the heavenly way or the power store within, was dissipating at an even faster rate, even though Yi Shiwen was constantly absorbing it. In other words, this resource could not be used repeatedly. Otherwise, the celestial master's source left behind by the red-scaled tribe's ancestor would not only be enough for Yi Shiwen to cultivate to the third realm, but it would also be enough for him to quickly cultivate to the peak of the third realm. However, it was obviously only enough for him to break through to the third realm now. Yi Shiwen also felt that it was a pity that a large portion of it was lost, but he had no other choice. He could only break through as soon as possible. Fortunately, he still had half a calamity-breaking incense. As long as he lit this incense, breaking through to the third realm wouldn't be a big problem given his current power and perception of the peak of the second realm. In fact, the time needed to break through would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be like breaking through from the first realm to the second realm, which took tens of thousands of years. However, just as he was about to continue his closed-door cultivation and break through to the third realm, a piece of news reached the Marshal Honored Hall. That was the celestial master from the outer domain who was going to participate in this operation had arrived. This shouldn't have been a big deal. At most, it meant that the operation was about to begin. However, another piece of news came and made Yi Shiwen frown. That was, someone from the outer domain had challenged the War Elder, and the War Elder had been defeated. Chapter 30, 385. This news caused an uproar in the Fortune Divine Capital. Even Yi Shiwen, who was in closed-door cultivation, heard the news in the Marshal Honored Hall. But no matter what, Yi Shiwen's closed-door cultivation couldn't continue with the arrival of these people from the outer domain. The arrival of foreign experts meant that the path of creation was close at hand. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen had already thought about it. Unless something unexpected happened in the outer domain, it would be very difficult for him to enter the third realm before heading to the path of creation. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. His strength had improved a lot, and he had the help of the boundless nature palm, which was enough to increase his chances of success. Soon, Yi Shiwen, who had come out of closed-door cultivation, received a decree from the Fortune Divine Dynasty. They asked him to go to the Fortune Heavenly Palace to prepare for the path of creation. When Yi Shiwen arrived at the Fortune Heavenly Palace, the War Elder was already waiting there. He didn't look very dispirited and didn't look like someone who had been defeated at all. However, when he saw Yi Shiwen's playful gaze, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wasn't fully prepared. He was indeed invincible among the Emperors. He didn't have to worry about heavenly venerates. If a heavenly venerate from the outer domain attacked him, it would be equivalent to provoking the entire Fortune Divine Dynasty. How could there be a good outcome? However, once he entered the heavenly venerate realm, he went from being invincible to a newcomer among the heavenly venerates. This change was shocking. He was able to cultivate to his current realm because his mind was as firm as a rock. A single defeat wasn't enough to crack his Tao heart. However, being defeated in such a way still made him exceptionally depressed. "I'm sure you've heard about me," the War Sovereign said with a sigh. "I heard that you were defeated. Why? Did someone from the outer domain bully you? Did an old monster attack you?" Yi Shiwen asked with a smile. "No," the War Elder replied with a bitter smile. For him, it would be better if an old monster had attacked him. Being defeated by a veteran heavenly venerate wasn't something he couldn't accept. However, that wasn't the case. In terms of age, he was older than most heavenly venerates and couldn't be considered young. However, in terms of the time he had spent in becoming a heavenly venerate, he was considered young. He was just a newcomer who had just become an Empyrean. In this realm, he was nothing. Newcomer? Yi Shiwen asked. Someone from the outer realms became an Empyrean during this period of time. From War Elder's words, Yi Shiwen could see that a newcomer had become an Empyrean. But, thinking about it, how could the Fortune God Dynasty allow such a thing to happen in the Fortune God Dynasty's territory? Just the Eastern Venerate alone was more powerful than ordinary people could imagine. It was impossible for him to ignore this situation. Yes, we also just received the news. Someone from the outer realms covered up the news. We only found out about it after he passed the tribulation. The War Sovereign also had an unwilling look on his face. When he was transcending his tribulation, he was chased and intercepted by an outer domain heavenly venerate. From this point of view, it was also reasonable for him to fight back. If he had attacked forcefully, he could have posed a huge threat to the other party at the very least. However, he didn't receive any news at all. Although the Fortune God Dynasty was sorting out its internal affairs during this period of time, no one knew that someone had become an Empyrean. This still shocked the entire Fortune God Dynasty. Who is it? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. If it was a newly ascended Emperor, then there wouldn't be any problem of the strong bullying the weak. However, what was even more inconceivable was that the war sovereign was already an outstanding figure among the emperors when he was still a battle emperor. In addition, he had accumulated so many years of cultivation and comprehension. Although he didn't break through the limit like Yi Shiwen, he immediately reached the peak of the first realm after passing the tribulation. But he was also far superior to others. After entering the Empyrean realm, he quickly approached the peak of the first realm. According to this situation, it would not be difficult to enter the peak of the first realm in another 1,000 years. This was all thanks to the accumulation over the past years. When he was still in the Emperor realm, this kind of accumulation didn't show much use. But once he entered the Empyrean realm, it was completely transformed into realm cultivation. Among the emperors in the first realm, he was not weak, and the newly ascended emperor from the outer domain could actually defeat him? How strong would he have to be? Could it be that he had already entered the peak of the first realm? He can be considered an old opponent. The former great sun lord of the outer domain, the current great sun heavenly lord, hasn't appeared for many years. The Taoist field he cultivates is not in the outer domain, but in the boundless starry sky. He cultivates the way of the sun and moon. Because he hasn't appeared often in recent years, it's normal that you don't know him. Zhan Zun said, speaking of which he is also young and proud. After cultivating for only a few years, he had already stepped into the sovereign emperor realm. Later on, it became even more unstoppable, and he smoothly cultivated to the peak sovereign emperor realm. Many years ago, his cultivation was not below mine. I didn't expect that in this battle, I would actually be no match for him. It sounds quite powerful. What is his background? His cultivation is so powerful. Yi Shiwen asked. When one was a quasi-emperor, one's bloodline still had a great influence. However, when one cultivated to the sovereign emperor level, one would have to walk their own path. Even within the same race, even if they cultivated the same cultivation technique, they would have different daos. When one's bloodline reached the sovereign emperor level, the influence was too small. How could Yi Shiwen not be shocked that this person had cultivated to the level of sovereign lord without any problems? Although Yi Shiwen's cultivation speed seemed to be faster, only he himself knew how much suffering he had suffered in order to reach such a realm. How many times did he wander on the edge of life and death? It was by no means smooth sailing. The war sovereign was a little speechless now. He glanced at Yi Shiwen. In any case, when it comes to smooth sailing and monstrous, it seems that no one is more exaggerated than Yi Shiwen. Yes, in his opinion, Yi Shiwen's cultivation speed couldn't be described as a normal miracle. It was simply exaggerated and completely beyond expectations. Compared to Yi Shiwen, that heavenly Lord Great Sun was nothing. That heavenly Lord Great Sun is the reincarnation of the sun's original spirit. It can be said that he was raised by heaven and earth. His foundation is extremely powerful. However, when he was just born, he was adopted by an old guy in the outer domain. That's why he joined the outer domain. Speaking of which, he is different from those creatures in the outer domain, said the war sovereign. I see. His foundation is indeed powerful. Yi Shiwen said, being related to the sun was indeed extremely powerful. In the myriad worlds, there were also two people related to the sun. There were the two emperor realm demon kings, the demon emperor and the demon emperor. They were born from the original spirit of the sun and became the three-legged golden crow. Their power was well known throughout the ages. Even today, there were legends about them in all the worlds. And this heavenly Lord Great Sun was obviously a powerful character. However, the war sovereign's face was still extremely depressed. That heavenly Lord Great Sun's strength was powerful, and his foundation was extraordinary. However, how could he be an ordinary person? How could an ordinary person dominate an area? He was faintly the number one person under the heavenly Lord realm. It could only be said that there was always someone stronger in the world. "Ah, my reputation in this life," said the war sovereign. In front of Yi Shiwen, there was nothing for him to hide. When heavenly Lord Great Sun challenged him, he didn't take it to heart. With his cultivation, even if heavenly Lord Great Sun was powerful, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Who knew that heavenly Lord Great Sun's cultivation was so profound? "But even so, in terms of pure cultivation, he should be inferior to you, right?" said Yi Shiwen. In any case, the war sovereign had already cultivated for so many years. In the past, he had also followed the fortune heaven monarch to battle all over the world. This was his greatest qualification. Logically speaking, he should be inferior to me. However, he is different. He is the reincarnation of the original spirit of the sun. Before his original spirit was formed, who knows how much essence of the sun was absorbed from the sun. When something happened, he was already a divine king. When he fully developed his spiritual wisdom and embarked on the path of cultivation, he was already a quasi-emperor. The war sovereign was also very depressed. His accumulation was deep and unimaginable, but this heavenly Lord Great Sun was obviously not an ordinary person. Yi Shiwen was secretly shocked. He was indeed impressive. He had cultivated from the beginning all the way to the divine king realm. Who knew how many battles he had gone through to become a divine king? This heavenly Lord Great Sun started off as a divine king. As expected, he was doted on by heaven and earth. This kind of natural origin spirit was even more troublesome and terrifying than those so-called geniuses born from the big clans. Just like the legendary monkey, he had only cultivated for a few years, but he could beat the heavenly soldiers and generals who had cultivated for thousands of years. In addition to his extraordinary talent, he relied on the countless years of heaven and earth's spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon when he was still a stone embryo. You have to be careful. Heavenly Lord Great Sun heard about your achievements and clamored to challenge you. The war sovereign couldn't help but remind him. He has only become a heavenly lord for a short period of time. We are of the same generation. If he wants to challenge you, even the Fortune God dynasty can't say anything. There was a hint of depression in the war sovereign's words. It was precisely because of this that he had no choice but to accept the challenge of heavenly Lord Great Sunday. Avoiding a battle was even more humiliating than being defeated. The reason why heavenly lords were so high and mighty was not because of their outstanding moral character. To put it bluntly, they relied on their fists. The one with the biggest fists was king. What made him even more depressed was that in such a short period of time, people from other domains had actually made this matter known to everyone, causing him to lose a lot of face. "Don't worry, I will take revenge for you. If he doesn't come to find trouble with me, then I will let him know why the flowers are so red," Yi Shiwen said confidently. Chapter 30, 386. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at the Fortune Heavenly Palace. This time, they set out from the depths of the Fortune Heavenly Palace. In order to open a path to the path of fortune, they needed the Fortune Key, and the Fortune Key was placed in the depths of the Fortune Heavenly Palace. It was one of the most confidential secrets and was heavily guarded. Even if a heavenly venerable launched a sneak attack, it would be impossible to snatch it away. The previous incident where the Fortune Key was snatched away was a painful lesson. Not only the Fortune Divine Dynasty, but the entire Fortune world was cheated. Even now, the Fortune Divine Dynasty had yet to recover from the incident. Because of this, the Fortune Divine Dynasty guarded the Fortune Key to the death. Although the Fortune Key seemed to be extremely beneficial, other than the Fortune Divine Dynasty, no one dared to hold it in their hands. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, and they would have to go against all the heavenly venerables in the world. No one could bear the consequences. In a spacious and boundless square, paved with jade stones, These jade stones were extraordinary as they emitted spiritual energy at all times. If this place wasn't inside the Fortune Heavenly Palace, it would definitely be a paradise. At this time, there were already many people waiting on this square. Among them, the weakest were emperors and above. There were many emperors gathered here. There were foreign emperor realm experts and fortune divine dynasties emperor realm experts, and they were divided into two camps. Both sides had just fought fiercely. Although they were cooperating now, it was impossible for there to be much harmony between them. On the fortune divine dynasty's side, there was a leader. Who else could it be but Southern Heavenly Venerable? When he saw the two approaching, a smile spread across his face. On the foreign emperor realm side, other than the foreign emperor realm experts, there were two Heavenly Venerables leading the group. One of them was a bald old man with a rather thin figure. If he were to walk on the street, no one would think that he was a powerful Heavenly Venerable. However, the faint and powerful aura exuding from his body told everyone that he was an extremely powerful person. Apart from him, there was another man who looked like a young man. He was very tall, standing at least 3 meters tall. His face was handsome, and his eyes were sharp. He looked like a dragon or a tiger looking down on the world. He didn't look like he was wearing clothes. Instead, he looked like he was wearing a ball of fire. From afar, he was an extremely dazzling figure. The war elder quickly introduced the bald old man to Yi Shiwen. He was also one of the people who would go to the path of good fortune this time. His name was Undying Evil Senior. According to the agreement, each side would send 2 people. The 2 people from the Fortune God dynasty were naturally Yi Shiwen and Zhan Zun. The 2 people from the outer domain were Undying Evil Venerable and the other young man. Yi Shiwen could naturally guess who the other person was without Zhan Zun's introduction. It was the great Sun, Heavenly Venerable, who had defeated Zhan Zun. However, Yi Shiwen's gaze was not on the great Sun, Heavenly Lord, but on the Undying Evil Lord. As the saying goes, there are wrong names, but there are no wrong nicknames. This Undying Evil Venerable was named after this nickname. Yi Shiwen could more or less guess some information about the laws he cultivated. It was roughly like that. It was related to death and evil ways. Yi Shiwen had relatively little knowledge in this aspect. However, what really concerned him was that he could only draw some conclusions from his nickname. He couldn't get any corresponding information from this Undying Evil Venerable. This Undying Evil Venerable was unfathomable. He was a giant in the evil ways. Soon, he got a lot of information about this Undying Evil Venerable from Zhan Zun. The exchange between the 2 Heavenly Venerables was completed in an instant. Sure enough, just as Yi Shiwen had expected, this person was indeed a big shot of the evil path. He had once joined the Fortune God dynasty's evil cult and had quickly risen to prominence as a new force and had become a big shot of the evil path. Later on, his identity had been accidentally discovered, and it turned out that he was a foreign creature. This kind of situation was not uncommon in the Fortune God realm. In the Fortune God realm, the vast majority of emperor-level life forms were unable to sever their own Tao and recultivate. Or rather, some of them had already severed their own Tao. Even if they cultivated to the Tao-confirming realm, it would be difficult to restore their original cultivation. Yi Huang's situation was extremely rare, but at the Heavenly Venerable level it was very common. Alien life forms had a lifespan of tens of millions of years at most. This did not include the possibility of prematurely dying due to various circumstances along the way. Even if they could live to this limit and use various methods to forcefully extend their lives, under normal circumstances, they would not have enough time to break through to the Heavenly Venerable level. Therefore, the cultivation of those alien Heavenly Venerables was not much different from that of the Fortune God dynasty's Heavenly Venerables. Coupled with the difficulties of becoming an Heavenly Venerable, even if some alien Emperor-level life forms managed to break through to the Heavenly Venerable realm, they would soon reach their limit and eventually die. The Fortune God dynasty's higher-ups were not unaware of the matter of many alien emperor-level life forms forcibly severed their own Tao and sneaking into the Fortune God dynasty. However, they could not stop them because they could not distinguish them. This was because the difference between the Fortune God dynasty's native cultivation techniques and alien life forms' cultivation techniques had disappeared after they severed their Tao. Other than Yi Huang, who hid in the Fortune God dynasty's higher-ups and occupied a high position, there was also Undying Evil Venerable, who mingled in the Fortune God dynasty's super sex and super noble families. It was difficult for the Fortune God dynasty to monitor them, especially Undying Evil Venerable, who had infiltrated into the evil path and became an overlord of the evil path. He had many supporters in many of the evil path's super sects, and his reputation was extremely high. It could be said that he had a high status and power. If his identity had not been accidentally exposed, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to do anything to him. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a little fear in his heart. These alien heavenly venerables originally had extremely high cultivation in the alien domain, and they were able to ruthlessly sever their own cultivation. In the end, they could still reach such a level. Every single one of these people was a favored son of heaven, and they had unimaginable fortune. Their strength, wisdom, and methods were all top-notch. Such a character seemed to be far more difficult to deal with than Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable. However, he did not take Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable seriously, but it did not mean that Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable ignored him. After seeing War Venerable coming together, he immediately guessed who this person in front of him was. Previously, Yi Shiwen was able to kill a Heavenly Venerable as an Emperor Lord. Although he was a newcomer who had just entered the Heavenly Venerable realm and had internal injuries, no matter what, he had created a miracle. This also made Yi Shiwen become a legend and myth that was passed down by countless people. After he became an Heavenly Venerable, he had always been compared to others. The two of them had a certain degree of similarity. Both of them had risen abruptly and were young and proud. They could be considered as the elites of this generation in the Fortune God dynasty and the alien domain. Although War Venerable was also a newcomer, his qualifications were too old, even older than most Heavenly Venerables. It was only in terms of strength and realm that he was a newcomer, but in terms of age, he was no longer in the range of this generation. This made him want to have a fight with Yi Shiwen. In addition, Yi Shiwen had easily defeated War Venerable. This made him feel that the Fortune God dynasty's bragging was only SO. Yi Shiwen soon felt the Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable's gaze. His eyes were blatantly filled with battle intent, and there was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. Many Emperor Lords who were originally thinking about other things suddenly became spirited. The reputation of these two people had been very resounding recently. 10,000 years ago, Yi Shiwen had achieved a shocking feat of killing a Heavenly Venerable as an Emperor Lord. After entering the Heavenly Venerable realm, his cultivation would definitely rise to the next level and become extremely powerful. On the other side, although Great Sun Heavenly Venerable was slightly less famous, the news of him defeating War Venerable in one fell swoop some time ago had also spread far and wide. Many people became acquainted with this powerful figure from the alien domain. Now that the two of them were going to fight, it undoubtedly made everyone excited. In particular, the battle intent in Great Sun Heavenly Venerable's eyes was not concealed. Even bystanders like them could still feel this astonishing battle armor wantonly. The corners of Yi Shiwen's mouth raised slightly, and then he said indifferently, "Since everyone is here, can we go?" Yes, I will inform them to activate the Good Fortune key and open the crack to the path of good fortune. Southern Venerable nodded. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. Who else could it be but that Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable? Many people felt it was a pity that Yi Shiwen did not accept the challenge. But now that Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable, took the initiative to attack, they immediately became excited. "Oh, what do you want?" Southern Venerable said indifferently, his expression clearly cold. As one of the rulers of the Fortune God dynasty, he was already very displeased with the foreign domains. On top of that, the great son Heavenly Venerable had taken the initiative to provoke him and defeat Zhang Zun, causing the Fortune God dynasty to lose a great deal of face towards this person who dared to humiliate him. He naturally wouldn't give him any face. "Before I came, I heard that there is a genius in your Fortune God dynasty who killed a Heavenly Venerable with the body of an Emperor Lord. I think that is not the case. It is probably because the Heavenly Venerables of your Fortune God dynasty are too weak." Great son Heavenly Venerable took a step forward, and with his height, he looked down at Yi Shiwen. "War Venerable has been famous for many years, but so what? Wasn't he still defeated by me? The Fortune God dynasty's Heavenly Venerables are only at this level. Naturally, there will be some so-called miracles, but in fact, they're not worth mentioning." Great son Heavenly Venerables' words immediately caused many of the Fortune God dynasty's emperors' faces to change, and a trace of resentment appeared on their faces. This great son, Heavenly Venerable, was clearly looking down on them. This was not aimed at any one of them, but at everyone, saying that everyone present was trash. Once this cannon was fired, even if some people were also dissatisfied with Yi Shiwen, at this time they could only share the same hatred. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely stagnant. Chapter 30, 387. Great Son Heavenly Venerable's attack had pushed all the emperors of the Fortune God dynasty towards Yi Shiwen. In addition to the emperors South Tianzuin and War, Lord didn't look too good either. Both of them were hardliners against the outer domain. Now that they were being slapped in the face by a junior from the outer domain, they were naturally furious. This was especially so for War Sovereign. He was the Celestial Venerable, whose name didn't match up to the truth. Now that he was being slapped in the face, even if he was shrewd, he wouldn't be able to hold it in. Moreover, these Heavenly Venerables were all acting according to their hearts. Their so-called shrewdness wasn't that deep. It was just that their considerations were far deeper than the average person's. But at this time Yi Shiwen, who seemed to be avoiding the battle, finally stood up and said indifferently, "It's a miracle that you can live until now." What? Great son Heavenly Venerable was stunned for a moment, then immediately became cold. "I said that it's a miracle that you can live until now. Your strength is mediocre, but you still dare to be so arrogant." Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Great son Heavenly Venerable sneered and said, "I haven't seen your strength, but I have seen some of your sharp words. Enough nonsense, let's fight, do you dare? What do you two want to do? Do you want to delay this operation?" South Tianzuin's face immediately darkened, and he looked at the two coldly. To him, the most important thing was this operation. He could ignore everything else, but if someone dared to threaten this operation, then he wouldn't be polite. He was very clear what was most important. "South Tianzuin, rest assured, it won't take long to deal with this trash. It won't delay the operation." Yi Shiwen said indifferently. "Good, what a big tone. You can't let loose here. Do you dare to follow me to the starry sky?" Great son Heavenly Venerable said, "Taoist Wu Zun, be careful, don't be fooled. This great son Heavenly Venerable absorbs the power of the sun and moon. The boundless starry sky is his home ground." War Lord said quickly. Everyone looked at the two of them. The boundless starry sky was indeed a place for ordinary Heavenly Venerables to solve problems. But if this was the home ground of Great Son Heavenly Venerable, and this was a trap he set, then it was a different matter. "Dear friend, you don't have to worry. It doesn't matter where you are dealing with him," Yi Shiwen lightly said. "Everyone, please wait for a moment." After speaking, Yi Shiwen took the lead and stepped into the boundless starry sky. With his current leg strength, he naturally stepped into that vast and boundless place in an instant. "Humph!" The great son, Heavenly Lord, snorted coldly and chased after him. He was like a blazing sun walking in the void. Martial honor? Interesting. Let me see how much strength you have now. Heavenly Venerable then narrowed his eyes, but ultimately did not stop Yi Shiwen and Heavenly Venerable Great Sunday. Aside from him, Undying Evil Lord had not spoken a word since the beginning. His gaze was focused on the starry sky, but the occasional burst of light in his eyes revealed that he was not feeling very calm. Boom! A loud bang exploded in the universe. Both sides didn't even wait for the troops to get into formation. The great sun, Heavenly Lord, directly transformed into a blazing sun and suppressed Yi Shiwen. He was very domineering and wanted to kill Yi Shiwen immediately. Yi Shiwen raised his hand and blasted out a punch. The first time both sides collided, it directly turned into a terrifying energy wave that swept out. That blazing sun was shattered, but Yi Shiwen did not move at all. It was as if the shocking killing method of the great sun, Heavenly Lord, had no effect on him at all. And after that blazing sun was shattered, the figure of the great sun, Heavenly Lord, finally appeared. The flames burning on his body burned even hotter, the blazing light almost cooling the entire universe. Both sides faced each other from afar, the laws on their bodies devouring and eroding each other. Many emperors saw this scene and felt their expressions change slightly, because they discovered that around both sides, countless laws were being crushed and modified, then crushed and modified again. Just like that, they were constantly being destroyed and modified. This was the fighting method of a Heavenly Venerable. Only a Heavenly Venerable could withstand it. If it were them, they would not even be able to withstand a single blow. This kind of modification of the laws was the most well-known. It was enough to make an emperor unable to display any strength at all. Both of them were not at the level of the heaven-devouring demon emperor back then. Although the heaven-devouring demon emperor had entered the Heavenly Venerable realm, he had just entered and his realm had not been stabilized. He could not display many of the techniques of a Heavenly Venerable. Naturally, he was unable to erupt with such a shocking result. Previously, when the great sun, Heavenly Lord, fought with the War Venerable, there didn't seem to be such a large-scale confrontation of laws. You have some skills. Martial Venerable, I heard that you are someone who killed a Heavenly Venerable when you were a peak emperor. Is this all you have? The great sun, Heavenly Lord, said coldly, as if he was mocking Yi Shiwen. It's more than enough to take care of you, Yi Shiwen said coldly. He took a slight step, and instantly an extremely mysterious acceleration array appeared below him, making it seem as if he was stepping on an array. This array contained extremely mysterious speed laws. It could almost be said to have evolved the speed laws to the extreme. Swish! All of a sudden, Yi Shiwen appeared in front of the great sun, Heavenly Lord. As if responding to the great sun, Heavenly Lord's words just now, Yi Shiwen used his hand as a sword and formed a terrifying sword Tao wave, slashing towards the great sun, Heavenly Lord's head. The great sun, Heavenly Lord's eyes burst with a terrifying light. Yi Shiwen's peerlessly fast sword slashed directly towards the great sun, Heavenly Lord's body, but it directly passed through the great sun, Heavenly Lord's body. The great sun, Heavenly Lord, who seemed to be completely fine, counterattacked almost instantly. A blazing flame spear appeared in his hand, and the spear was aimed directly at Yi Shiwen's face. Yi Shiwen took a few steps and instantly retreated thousands of miles away. However, this spear followed him like a shadow, like a long dragon, crossing thousands of miles of the starry sky, directly chasing after him. Yi Shiwen let out a long roar. Instantly, extremely terrifying fluctuations of the laws erupted. His body swayed like a storm, causing his figure to be unable to be seen clearly. This spear pierced through these fluctuations of the laws. It was as if it had entered a maze in an instant. Yi Shiwen was clearly in front of it, but it pierced through his ear. Looking from afar, it seemed as if Yi Shiwen had barely avoided this spear. What? It actually didn't hit. The great sun, Heavenly Lord's face revealed a somewhat surprised expression. It actually didn't kill Yishuin directly. This was also something that he completely didn't expect. In fact, it didn't even manage to injure him slightly. After the spear light that passed by Yishuin's ear missed, it directly turned into a sky full of flames, burning the entire heaven and earth. Huge cracks were burned in the void, and chaos poured out from it. These flames formed a frenzied flaming storm, completely engulfing Yishuin in an instant. However, very quickly, everyone discovered that when these flaming storms fell on Yishuin's body, they were actually absorbed into his body. These flames that could burn through the world couldn't do anything to Yishuin. A little interesting. Body voidification. I haven't encountered such an ability for a long time. Yishuin didn't care about the many flames around him, but said with interest, "Is this all you've got? Show me your full strength. You're not worthy of my attack at all." The great sun, Heavenly Lord's face revealed a somewhat angry expression. Although he was the one who attacked most of the time just now, in reality, all kinds of attacks couldn't do anything to Yishuin. However, Yishuin's casual attack had forced him to reveal his trump card of being able to Ife. This was something that hadn't happened even when he was fighting against the War Elder during the most intense time. This Yishuin seemed to be far more troublesome and difficult to deal with than the War Elder. "All right, then, I'll do as you wish." The great sun, Heavenly Lord, also knew that if he didn't show some of his abilities, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with Yishuin. His entire body was glowing, the void was distorting, and all the laws were being modified, and the scope of this modification was getting wider and wider, completely turning the entire battlefield into a sea of flames, eliminating all the other laws here, and completely turning it into his own home ground. Here, within his domain, he was the only ruler. Even if it was a veteran Heavenly Lord, he wasn't afraid. Swish! In just an instant, an unimaginable wave emerged, and then immediately after, the great sun, Heavenly Lord, turned into a ball of flames, blasting towards Yishuin. This speed was really fast to the extreme, breaking through the common sense of the universe, almost reaching an unparalleled level. Not only was his attack power unparalleled, but his speed was also fast to the extreme. Such a fast speed. Everyone only felt that the speed was fast to the extreme, especially the Emperors. Their primordial spirits couldn't even keep up, and they couldn't even see it. Only the Heavenly Lords could see a little. But they also had to look at it in a different light. This speed was indeed fast enough. The great sun, Heavenly Lord, had such confidence. It definitely wasn't an undeserved reputation. Boom! This attack directly blasted in front of Yishuin. That ball of flames could destroy heaven and earth, and it was where the essence of the sun essence fire was. Even a Heavenly Lord couldn't block such a surprise attack. However, such an attack suddenly stopped 3 inches in front of Yishuin, as if it had encountered a transparent city wall. Yishuin sneered slightly. "You may not know what kind of scene it is when I go through the tribulation, but you want to hurt me with this level of flames. Today, I'll let you know if my reputation is undeserved, and if I've picked up a bargain." His big hand suddenly slapped out, turning into a huge hand that directly blasted towards that ball of flames. Chapter 30, 388. The huge hand slammed down, and suddenly everything was annihilated. That huge hand was like a huge hand that could destroy the world, annihilating everything. Nothing could be transmitted out, and everything was annihilated within it. The fluctuations of the laws were extremely violent, constantly being modified and repaired and modified again. The battle between celestial venerables was basically the modification and restoration of the laws. As for martial arts, it was just a means to materialize this kind of battle. Yishuin had already stepped into the peak of the second realm. Naturally, it was not the same as when he had just entered the celestial venerable realm. The martial arts he learned were also naturally deduced to the celestial venerable level, so there would not be the awkward situation of using the power of a celestial venerable to use an emperor's move. The flames suddenly disappeared without a trace, revealing the appearance of celestial, venerable great sun, and then he was slapped on the spot. Pum! The great sun, heavenly venerable's entire body exploded into pieces as his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Many people suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They had seen Yi Shiwen's palm strike a moment ago. It couldn't be said that it was fast. However, that terrifying and matchless offensive power had made them terrified. With a mighty momentum, all the martial arts were integrated into this palm. There was no way to escape, and they could only fight with all their strength. And obviously, celestial venerable great sun's result had already explained everything. He was smashed into pieces on the spot, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Many people simply couldn't believe it. They had all seen the battle between the great sun, heavenly venerate, and the war venerate. Even when the battle was at its most intense, the great sun, heavenly venerate, had always had the upper hand. The war venerate had at most injured the great sun, heavenly venerate, a little. But to say that he had been torn apart was something that had never happened before. Therefore, the difference in strength was already very clear. Celestial, venerable great sun attacked for a long time, but couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen officially fought back, and with one blow he collapsed. Is the difference in strength really that big? Many people said in disbelief, so powerful, is this the martial venerable who created a miracle? A foreign emperor couldn't help but murmur to himself. Of course, when Wu Zun was a peak emperor, he had already killed a heavenly venerable. Now that he has stepped into the heavenly venerable realm, his strength is naturally incomparable to before. At this time, a fortune divine dynasty's emperor couldn't help but say, previously, when John Zun had lost to the great sun, heavenly venerable, who was about to become an empyrean, they had been ridiculed for a while, saying that the fortune god dynasty no longer had anyone capable, and that there was no successor. However, they couldn't refute the fact that John Zun was defeated. But it was different now. Yi Shiwen easily counterattacked and smashed the great sun, heavenly venerable, into pieces. This was enough for them to hold their heads high. Tianzuan Nan was indifferent to this because he had already guessed Yi Shiwen's strength. It was useless even if great sun Tianzuan could overturn the heavens. Undying Evil Master's expression finally turned solemn, as if a little surprised. Since when did such a powerful heavenly venerable appear in the fortune divine dynasty? With his strength, he could more or less see some clues. And according to the information he received, this person had only become a heavenly venerable 10,000 years ago, and 10,000 years to a heavenly venerable was really just a snap of the fingers. In just a snap of the fingers, he had improved to this stage. Such a speed could be said to be shocking. How could these old fellows who had lived for hundreds of millions of years endure this? Even with his state of mind, he couldn't help but change slightly. Yi Shiwen's strength was not enough to shock him. What shocked him was this speed of improvement. He felt that he really needed to investigate this person's roots. Although the strength of an empyrean was accumulated over time, there were always some exceptions. There were some heaven-gifted geniuses who could cultivate at an incomparably fast speed, as if they were riding a rocket. These kinds of people couldn't be underestimated the most. Loud roars reverberated throughout the universe. Great sun, heavenly venerable, whose body had been smashed apart, was reconstructing his physical body in the distance. With his heavenly venerable strength, he could naturally recover to his original state in an instant. His expression was ferocious. He was naturally furious after being smashed apart by Yi Shiwen just now. He was extremely confident in his own strength and even didn't care about Yi Shiwen looking down on the world. But this was the result in a single exchange. How could he accept this? Yi Shiwen didn't pursue him. He only said coldly, "Great sun, heavenly venerable, you only have this much strength? You've really disappointed me. You, great sun, heavenly venerable, seemed to be able to see some coldness and contempt in Yi Shiwen's expression. He was furious to the extreme. Yi Shiwen actually didn't pursue him. It was obvious that he didn't care about him. Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable, was even more furious. He put his palms together and made a few seals. He only felt that the world was spinning violently. He was truly enraged. He was completely enraged by Yi Shiwen. The flames on his body burned fiercely. He was indescribably domineering. He called himself Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable, so he naturally had the tyranny of a blazing sun. At this moment, it was vividly reflected. All the flames on his body turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Then it spread out in all directions. As for himself, he had actually turned into a blazing sun. This was not an illusion, nor was it an illusion. He had truly and thoroughly turned into a blazing sun. And at this moment, endless energy surged over from all directions. It was the power of the stars in the boundless starry sky. It completely condensed into his body, making the power on his body stronger and stronger. Not good. He is devouring the power of the stars and turning it into his own. War Elder's expression changed instantly because he suddenly recognized this move. Previously, he was caught off guard and lost to this move. Originally, although Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable, was stronger than him, it was impossible to determine the victor without hundreds of years of fighting. However, after Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable used this move, he was completely defeated. He wasn't a match for him at all. After devouring the stars, Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable's strength rose crazily. Originally, he could only be regarded as a tyrannical person in the first realm, but very quickly, he climbed to the peak of the first realm. It was as if his entire body could illuminate the entire creation realm. It was extremely terrifying. He walked between heaven and earth like the incarnation of the sun god. And he was indeed the incarnation of the sun. It was extremely terrifying and made people tremble in fear. Looking at it from the creation realm, it was as if there was suddenly another blazing sun in the sky. 2 blazing suns in the sky. Such a scene was extremely shocking. It wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. Taoist Wu Zun, be careful. This move of his is very difficult to deal with. Yi Shiwen heard War Elder's figure, but he was expressionless and his expression didn't change. The clothes on his body were fluttering due to the law waves that rolled back from Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable. His fine black hair scattered in the wind and waves, dancing wildly in the wind. Wu Zun, I'll let you see my true strength now. Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable roared and suddenly rushed out. That blazing sun rushed towards Yi Shiwen at an astonishing speed. It's useless. I've said it before. You're too weak. Yi Shiwen didn't panic. Facing Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable who was rushing over, he directly punched out. This punch turned into a 6 paths roulette that constantly rotated behind him. Every time it rotated, his fist force would be enhanced. When the 6 paths were all rotated, the entire fist force had already reached a state that was difficult to match. He wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. He didn't just want to defeat Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable. He also wanted to destroy his pride in one go. Whenever he thought of him in the future, he would have a shadow in his heart. At that time, such a person would be more or less crippled. It was just that Yi Shiwen rarely used such a method, because if it wasn't under such circumstances, if it was in the outer domain, he would usually choose a simpler and more violent solution, which would be to kill Great Sun, Heavenly Venerable. Once and for all, he would cut off the weeds at the roots and cut off everything. Kill. This blazing sun rushed over at an astonishing speed. Yi Shiwen's fist force turned into the 6 paths roulette and suppressed it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A shocking collision sound rang out. Even if it was transmitted to the creation realm, it was like a muffled thunder exploding in everyone's heart. Everyone could only see that the blazing sun emitted endless flames that tried to surround, burn, and melt the 6 paths roulette. but it was completely useless. The fist force emitted from the 6 paths roulette suppressed everywhere. The flames couldn't even get close to it, let alone burn it. Looking from afar, compared to the endless flames that occupied the boundless heaven and earth, the 6 paths roulette was like a small boat in the raging winds and huge waves, as if it could be destroyed at any time. Just when everyone thought this situation would last for eternity, the 6 paths roulette grew bigger and bigger. The wills of the living beings were all in it, as if it could encompass the heaven and earth. In just a blink of an eye, the flames were all suppressed, and in an instant they were all gone. Immediately after, the 6 paths roulette turned into a fist force that traversed across the sky. It dragged a figure that was billions of miles long and crashed into the blazing sun. Pum! The glorious sun, which was unimaginably tyrannical, exploded on the spot under this punch. A huge star exploding was a shocking scene, and this was exactly such a shocking scene. Endless flames and blood spread out. Looking from afar, it looked like the sun was about to fall. The second sun in the sky instantly dimmed and disappeared without a trace. Then a figure flew out from the endless flames and blood light like a meteor streaking across the sky. It was unknown how many stars it had smashed before it finally managed to stabilize itself. Wah! Great Sun, heavenly venerable, spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 30, 389. Everyone saw that there was a big hole in his chest, which had been pierced by Yi Shiwen's punch. In the distance, Yi Shiwen was still standing calmly in the boundless starry sky. His expression was indifferent, and he had no intention of chasing after heavenly venerable Great Sunday. He was just looking at him as though he was looking at a piece of trash. It wasn't that he couldn't do so, but he didn't want to, and he didn't want to. After understanding this point, the Great Sun, heavenly venerable, didn't feel any better. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, scattering it on the stars. Every drop was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, piercing through the galaxy. Many sovereign emperors felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this scene, because they were also extreme powerhouses who had cultivated to the extreme. They naturally understood the meaning behind Yi Shiwen's actions. It was clearly telling the Great Sun, heavenly venerable, that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. So what? This kind of blatant contempt was far more infuriating than any other kind of humiliation. Previously, no matter how arrogant the Great Sun, heavenly venerable, was and how he looked down on the experts of the Fortune God dynasty, it was merely contempt. However, Yi Shiwen simply despised him and didn't take him seriously at all. If it were them, they would probably vomit blood out of anger. As an extreme expert who had walked a path that no one had ever walked before, their self-esteem was extremely strong without exception. This was the most intolerable thing to do. At the same time, they could also see that Yi Shiwen was trying to sever the Great Sun, heavenly venerable's heart. However, so what if they could see it? He was weaker than the Great Sun, heavenly venerable, and there was no way he could make a comeback. If it was a wily old fox who had been through hundreds of battles and was still able to fight on even after many defeats, it might not be much. But to a young and arrogant person like the Great Sun, this move was like a heart-piercing technique. He was most proud of his strength. Attacking from this aspect would deal a heavy blow to his willpower. If the Great Sun, heavenly venerable, couldn't hold on, it would be hard for him to improve. If he could, he would naturally be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Because of this, Yi Shiwen rarely used this method unless it was absolutely necessary, although it was very likely that the other party would be unable to recover from the setback. But as long as the other party didn't die, it was possible that he would benefit from it. Henceforth, he would advance by leaps and bounds and would pose a threat to him. However, heavenly venerate Great Sun was a representative of the outer regions, so he naturally couldn't kill him. He could only use this method. However, he was just a little wary in his heart. So what if heavenly venerate Great Sun improved by leaps and bounds and stepped into the second realm? He was only one step away from the third level. Once he reached the third level, Even those old heavenly venerables who had yet to pass the heaven-breaching barrier wouldn't be able to do anything to him, let alone a newbie like the great sun, heavenly venerable. The great sun, heavenly venerable, stared at Yi Shiwen. His eyes were shining with hatred. His pride had been beaten down by the other party. This was a battle of the heart. He understood it very well, because in reality his arrogance towards the war venerable and his provocation towards Yi Shiwen were also a battle of the heart. But it was clear that he had beaten the war venerable. When he wantonly trampled on the war venerable's dignity, he was slapped in the face by Yi Shiwen. The other party's strength was overwhelming. Originally, this was nothing. Even the most arrogant, heavenly venerable wouldn't dare to say he was invincible in the world. The only one who dared to say he was invincible in the world was the fortune creation heaven monarch. At that stage, he didn't need to loudly declare anything because he was an invincible existence just by standing there. But Yi Shiwen had become a heavenly venerable at the same time as him. In fact, Yi Shiwen's cultivation time was far shorter than his. Just like how he had beaten the war venerable, he was also beaten by Yi Shiwen ruthlessly. He was beaten until he saw stars and felt dizzy. However, even if they clearly knew Yi Shiwen's thoughts, they would still fall into this pit, because the more powerful an extreme powerhouse was, the more casual they would be. No matter how hard they tried to conceal it on the surface, they would inevitably be greatly affected. He could still feel that his Tao heart was starting to become unstable. It was covered with dust, leaving behind a shadow. Humph! A cold snort traversed the vast sky and turned into a sharp arrow. It directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. This cold snort was fast and fierce. In just an instant, it had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. Boom! This cold snort blasted into Yi Shiwen's body. It was as if it had blasted into the sea. In an instant, it set off a shocking tide, causing Yi Shiwen's body to instantly activate his defense. Endless fluctuations of the laws directly spread out. Under this fluctuation of the laws, the stars within a radius of thousands of miles were completely turned into nothingness. The time robe on Yi Shiwen's body instantly appeared. At the critical moment, it blocked the sneak attack of this cold snort. Yi Shiwen immediately became vigilant. Just a cold snort could actually cross layers of the starry sky and turn into a terrifying sneak attack. The depth of this person's skills was simply unimaginable. His gaze instantly followed the direction of this cold snort. His gaze penetrated the boundless starry sky, penetrated the fortune divine dynasty, and looked towards the outer domain. However, just as he was about to track the attacker, he suddenly stopped. This was because his gaze was blocked by an even more majestic force. He could not penetrate it and see the situation inside. Old ancestor Purple Scorpion, you can't hold back anymore. Suddenly, Lord South's clear voice came from the fortune realm, revealing the identity of the person who had spoken. It turns out that the young one was beaten and the old one appeared. Yi Shiwen immediately understood who the person who had attacked was. The old ancestor Purple Scorpion was the old ancestor of the Purple Scorpion imperial family in the outer domain. He was also the first Purple Scorpion since the creation of the world. Naturally, his background were extraordinary. Originally, it was impossible for him to survive until now in his current condition. He should have fallen long ago during the barbaric era when the creatures of the outer domain roamed freely. However, with great perseverance, he severed his own great way and recultivated the laws of the fortune divine dynasty. He became a heavenly lord and became a peerless powerhouse who could hold the sun and the moon in his hand. It was unknown how many generations the Purple Scorpion imperial family had changed, but he still stood firm. This allowed this family to run amok in the outer domain. No one dared to provoke them. In the Stormy Sea area, even Pan Tian, who was at the peak of his power and ruled over the 6 realms, didn't dare to provoke the Purple Scorpion imperial family. It could be said that this old man was one of the few in the world. Old powerhouses like the Battle Emperor, who had followed the Fortune, Heavenly Lord on expeditions, were considered as juniors in front of this old man. They were nothing. This was because the Battle Emperor had at most followed the Fortune, Heavenly Lord on expeditions. However, the old ancestor Purple Scorpion was the enemy of the Fortune, Heavenly Lord. Although he was defeated by the Fortune, Heavenly Lord, there was no one in the world who hadn't been defeated by the Fortune, Heavenly Lord. When the Fortune, Heavenly Lord established the Fortune Divine Dynasty and pacified the outer domain, he had caused considerable trouble for the Fortune, Heavenly Lord. Even though he was restricted by the Heavenly Gate tribulation and his cultivation level had been reduced to the 3rd tier, he was still one of the most powerful beings in the world. Many people even suspected that he might have broken through the Heavenly Gate long ago. His current cultivation level was immeasurable. In short, the old ancestor Purple Scorpion was one of the most powerful existences in the outer domain. Even the Fortune Divine Dynasty hadn't been able to pacify the outer domain because of their existence. Yi Shiwen had been restricted by the Heavenly Gate tribulation. The old ancestor Purple Scorpion had told him about the origin of the Great Sun, Heavenly Lord. In the past, the Great Sun, Heavenly Lord, had absorbed the essence of the Great Sun, Heavenly Lord from the Great Sun, Heavenly Lord. Later, he had been adopted by a big shot from the outer domain. He had been carefully guided and had finally stepped into the Heavenly Lord realm with irresistible force. And this big shot from the outer domain was the old ancestor Purple Scorpion. The old ancestor Purple Scorpion had treated the Great Sun, Heavenly Lord very well. In fact, he had nurtured him as if he was his successor. The Great Sun, Heavenly Lord, had been traveling in the Fortune Divine Dynasty not long ago. He had provoked an extremely senior emperor and had been chased for 3 days and 3 nights. He had fled into the outer domain. Just when everyone thought that this matter had come to an end, the old ancestor Purple Scorpion, who hadn't shown his face for a long time, had suddenly appeared. He had broken into the Fortune Divine Dynasty and had slaughtered everyone from top to bottom. Even those who had escaped the calamity had been killed by the old ancestor's bloodline curse. Because of this matter, the Fortune Divine Dynasty had been enraged. At that time, the space-time Heavenly Lord, who had been in charge of the overall situation, had personally taken action. He had killed his way into the Purple Scorpion Imperial family and had carried out a massacre. But he had still been forced to retreat by the old ancestor, Purple Scorpion. The Fortune Divine Dynasty had been powerful, but they had been unable to deal with a powerful clan from the outer domain. One could well imagine how powerful the old ancestor, Purple Scorpion, was. After that, the news had spread, and no one had dared to provoke the Great Sun, Heavenly Lord. No one had wanted to attract the old ancestor, Purple Scorpion's revenge. This had allowed him to smoothly step into the Heavenly Lord realm, especially when he had been crossing the tribulation. The old ancestor Purple Scorpion had personally acted to protect him. He had concealed the heaven's will, and no one had known about it. Otherwise, there would have been great waves, and things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. After sorting out these relationships, it wasn't difficult to guess why the old ancestor Purple Scorpion had taken action. Master, it's disciples' incompetence that has caused you to lose face. Tears flowed down the Great Sun, Heavenly Lord's face. He hadn't cried even when he had been defeated, but now he couldn't hold it in any more. Yes, you're incompetent. A mere defeat has caused your Tao heart to be covered in dust, and your realm to become unstable. You are really useless. What does a real man count for if he fails once? A real man is tempered by thousands of trials and tribulations, and perseverance is what you call a good man. If I had been defeated by the Fortune Divine Monarch back then, shouldn't I have committed suicide to apologize to the world? Suddenly, an extremely blurry figure appeared in front of the Great Sun, Heavenly Lord. He could barely make out the shape of a human, but he couldn't make out his appearance. He was coldly reprimanding the great Sun, Heavenly Lord, as if he was reprimanding a child. Disciple understands. I will learn to be brave after knowing shame. A single defeat is nothing. Revered martial artist, I have lost today's matter. However, I will find you for a battle in the future. I will definitely defeat you and destroy your Tao heart. The great Sun, Heavenly Lord, stared at Yi Xuan with a sinister expression. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Chapter 30, 390. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Up to you, Yi Xuan said indifferently. Instead, he looked at that figure. It was just a few words, but it was enough to restore the confidence of the great Sun, Heavenly Venerable. This old ancestor, Purple Scorpion, was simply not an ordinary level of tyranny. This kind of old monster was the most troublesome. If he dared to bring up his previous defeat, it meant that he didn't care at all. His mind was terrifyingly firm. Defeat would not be a lifelong shame for this kind of person. Instead, it would become nourishment for his progress. Even at the same realm, this kind of person was more difficult to deal with than the great Sun, Heavenly Lord, by more than 100 times. It was no wonder that he could still survive when so many giants of the desolate era had died. Moreover, it seemed that his life would only get better and better. Therefore, Yi Xuan preferred to deal with this kind of person in a more simple and violent way. He would kill him directly to avoid future troubles. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that now. But you won't be so lucky next time. Yi Xuan coldly looked at that vague figure. He could see that this wasn't the real body. It was just a soul incarnation. He could pinch it to death in a split second if he wanted to. But there was no need. Even if he was extremely angry, he didn't make a move. Seeing that Yi Xuan was still ignoring him, the great Sun, Heavenly Lord, was still extremely angry. However, he was no longer as mentally unstable as before. The main reason was that he was defeated by Yi Xuan, which caused his Tao heart to become unstable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. Humph! The great Sun, Heavenly Lord, snorted coldly. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You are just a junior. This world is not up to you to dominate. Old ancestor Purple Scorpion turned around and looked at Yi Xuan. Although his face couldn't be seen, one could still feel the terrifying killing intent coming from him. Beat the young one, and the old one comes out. I know. Yi Xuan smiled faintly. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Many people only felt cold sweat for Yi Xuan. This was not an ordinary person. It was the old ancestor, Purple Scorpion. Let me tell you what you just said. The next time you meet me, you won't be so lucky. Old ancestor, Purple Scorpion, said coldly. Let's talk about it the next time we meet. Yi Xuan turned and took a step forward, leaving the boundless starry sky and returning to the Fortune God dynasty. Although the Purple Scorpion ancestor was tyrannical, but it was not enough to scare Yi Xuan. If Yi Xuan only had this much wisdom, then perhaps he would have already died on the path of cultivation. Master, your disciple has disappointed you. However, I will work hard and kill this revered martial artist in the future. The great Sun, Heavenly Venerable, swore. Old ancestor, Purple Scorpion, declined to comment. Instead, he said, this failure might not necessarily be a bad thing for you. Ever since you were born, you have my protection. Therefore, it is inevitable that everything will be smooth sailing for you. Compared to those who have slaughtered their way up, there is still a gap. This time, I will teach you to remember that failure is nothing. What is frightening is those who are unable to recover after failure. They are trash. I believe you have heard of this saying before. The one who laughs in the end laughs the best. Disciple understands. Heavenly Venerable, Great Sun, said. Ancestor Purple Scorpion nodded and said, You must stay close to the undying evil lord on the path of creation. Be careful of that martial honor. What, he actually dares? Heavenly Venerable, Great Sun's face revealed a shocked and angry expression. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen actually did not dare to make a move against him. After all, he had such a great god behind him. In the Fortune God dynasty, how many people would dare to not give him face? Why wouldn't he dare? Do you think that what he said just now was just to scare you? Old ancestor Purple Scorpion said coldly. He still felt a little headache. Heavenly Venerable Great Sun was born noble and had an extraordinary foundation. Therefore, his cultivation had been smooth sailing. His starting point was the end point of most people's cultivation. However, it was also because of this that he had received too little tempering. Although he had traveled outside many times and experienced many fierce battles, in the eyes of a powerhouse who had lived through the desolate era, without experiencing many narrow escapes from death, how could one truly complete the transformation of one's temperament? Truly powerful people dared to go all out when facing experts, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. They were not like Heavenly Venerable Great Sun, who could only deal with those who were far inferior to him. He could see that, in a certain sense, Yi Shiwen was the same type of person as him. Once he had made up his mind, he would do anything to accomplish it, not to mention in the outer domain. Even if he was a Heavenly Venerable in the Fortune God dynasty, he would not be able to withstand his killing intent. Therefore, when dealing with such people, one had to either not offend them or kill them as much as possible. After all, if one did not kill such people, they would kill you. He believed that Yi Shiwen must be planning to deal with Heavenly Venerable Great Sun and even deal with him. It was just like how he was planning to get rid of this rising star of the Fortune God dynasty. It was precisely because of this that he repeatedly reminded Heavenly Venerable Great Sun to be careful. He did not dare to confirm whether Yi Shiwen would kill Heavenly Venerable Great Sun in the path of creation. At that time, it would be too late for him to regret. How could it be that easy to break into the Fortune God dynasty? Killing an emperor and killing a Heavenly Venerable were two completely different concepts. At that time, he would be crying his eyes out. For such matters, he would rather be prepared in advance. Heavenly Venerable Great Sun's expression changed several times. He could not believe his own feelings, but he believed in his master's judgment. "I understand. I will be careful." Heavenly Venerable Great Sun nodded solemnly. "All right, this time, you just need to settle the matter. Those old fellows will owe you a favor, and in the future, no one will dare to touch you in the outer domain." Old ancestor Purple Scorpion said, "Master's painstaking nurturing. Disciple is extremely grateful." Heavenly Venerable Great Sun quickly said, "All right, go back. Don't delay the important matters." After saying that, old ancestor Purple Scorpion's figure exploded in the boundless starry sky. It turned out that this was just a mass of chaotic chi wrapped around a wisp of primordial spirit. Now that the primordial spirit was retracted, that mass of chaotic chi naturally dissipated. In just a moment, Yi Shiwen had already returned to the Fortune God capital. After this battle, many emperors looked at him with completely different eyes. Originally, in their opinion, people who had entered the Heavenly Venerable realm at the same time should have similar cultivation. But first, War Elder was defeated by Heavenly Venerable Great Sun without any suspense. Then, Heavenly Venerable Great Sun, who came with the momentum of a great victory, was ruthlessly slapped in the face, and it was even more thoroughly announced who was the most outstanding person among the Heavenly Venerables of this generation. Even many veteran Heavenly Venerables weren't this strong. If Heavenly Venerable Great Sun had defeated War Elder lightly, then Yi Shiwen had almost completely defeated Heavenly Venerable Great Sun, ruthlessly slapping his face, leaving him unable to retaliate at all. With an absolutely domineering attitude, he had announced his strength. Perhaps in the future, no one would dare to underestimate this master. These emperors might not be able to see the difference between the realms of Heavenly Venerables, but at least they could see that Yi Shiwen should be completely above the two of them. And compared to them, it was not difficult for the Heavenly Venerables present and watching the battle to guess that Yi Shiwen had already entered the second realm. Between heavenly venerables, the gap between each realm was huge. At the last moment, heavenly venerable great sun had absorbed the power of the heaven and earth stars, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the first realm in a short period of time. But even so, in front of Yishiwen, he still had no strength to retaliate. Although they had only exchanged a few moves, the huge gap between them could be easily perceived even by outsiders. If they guessed correctly, Yishiwen should have already entered the heavenly venerable realm, and because of this it made them feel incomparably shocked. Yishiwen had just entered the heavenly venerable realm 10,000 years ago, and now he had actually crossed another heavenly tribulation. It only took him 10,000 years to improve more than ordinary heavenly venerables who spent hundreds of thousands of years. Such progress was naturally shocking. However, they did not know that Yishiwen did not use his full strength. He had been suppressing heavenly venerable great sun the whole time. Therefore, everyone only knew that he had entered the second realm. But they did not know that not only had he entered the second realm, but he had also entered the peak of the second realm. He only needed a little more time to be able to enter the third realm. Otherwise, they would be even more shocked. Perhaps many people would have the thought of strangling him. Such progress was really too shocking. It had already broken their understanding of the norm. Perhaps it would cause them to panic and join forces to target him. This was also the reason why Yishiwen was still hiding his strength. He was still waiting for his smooth transition to the third realm. At that time, even if they wanted to join forces to stop him, it would be impossible. At that time, his momentum would really be established. He did not care about anyone who tried to stop him. Ha ha ha, well done. You taught this guy a good lesson. The war elder greeted and said, although he was not the one who defeated Yishiwen, Yishiwen taught him a good lesson and almost broke his Taoist heart. This made him feel incomparably happy. The depression that he had been feeling recently seemed to have been relieved all of a sudden. It's just a small matter. At this level, it's just SOO. Yishiwen said lightly. These words made the powerhouses of the outer domain extremely unhappy. However, they didn't dare to say anything to Yishiwen at this time. They were just Emperor Realm experts. Daring to talk nonsense in front of a heavenly master was simply courting death. Yishiwen could not kill heavenly venerable great sun at this time. However, if it was just them, it would not be difficult. Very soon, heavenly venerable great sun also returned from the boundless starry sky. However, his complexion was not as good as Yishiwen's. His injuries were fine, but he was in a bad mood after being dealt a heavy blow. Seeing that everyone had arrived, heavenly venerable South said, all right, today's matter ends here. Next, we will open the path of creation. Everyone get ready to set off. Chapter 30, 391. Everyone's expression turned solemn because the path of creation was finally about to open. Southern Tianzuan waved his hand and released a signal. Suddenly, a strange wave spread out from the heavenly palace of creation and turned into a terrifying shockwave that rushed out. A golden beam of light swept out and directly shot into the depths of the void until cracks gradually appeared in the void. The aura of creation overflowed in all directions, and the desolate world once again appeared in front of everyone. After a violent tremor, this golden beam of light turned into a golden bridge. Now that the gate of the path of creation is open, everyone can step onto this rainbow bridge to reach it. However, there is one thing I have to make clear. Don't stay inside for too long. When you see this rainbow bridge start to flicker, it will be a reminder for you to return. Southern Tianzuan said, even for the Fortune Divine Dynasty, maintaining such a golden rainbow bridge was a strenuous task. Naturally, it was impossible for them to maintain it forever. Understood? Everyone said in unison. Humph. Heavenly Lord Great Sun snorted coldly and took the lead to step into the rainbow bridge. His entire person instantly disappeared without a trace, directly entering that crack. Undying Evil Lord didn't say anything. He just followed Great Sun's footsteps and disappeared into the crack. "Let's go, let's follow too." Yi Shiwen turned and said to War Venerable, "N." War Venerable nodded. Both of them stepped onto the rainbow bridge together and instantly disappeared into the crack. After the 4 heavenly venerables entered the rainbow bridge, the other emperors also followed. Of course, they weren't going to rescue the heavenly venerables. That place wasn't something they could enter. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come up empty-handed after so many times of opening the path of creation. They were going in to search for law crystals. This was undoubtedly their fundamental goal. For those who had already stepped into the heavenly venerables realm, law crystals were extremely precious, let alone emperors. It was just that the scale this time was far less than the previous time, because the main goal this time was to rescue the heavenly venerables. This golden rainbow bridge couldn't exist forever and couldn't allow a large number of people to enter. This itself was part of the agreement between the two sides. After passing through the rainbow bridge, Yi Shiwen once again entered the path of creation. At this time, he could no longer see the great sun, heavenly venerable, who had taken a step ahead of him. It was a desolate and boundless scene. There were crystals formed by the entanglement of solidified laws everywhere. However, these crystals could not be used. There were too many laws contained within them, so many that they could not be analyzed or moved. He ran quite fast. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "Haha, you just slapped him in the face. How could he have the face to face you now? Moreover, he is probably afraid that you will kill him." The war elder said with a smile. He had just gotten his revenge, so he was in a good mood. Yi Shiwen slightly smiled in a non-committal manner because he really had such an idea. As for that so-called old ancestor, Purple Scorpion, even if he was powerful in the outer domain, he would have to wait until he had broken into the eastern region. The strength of the great heavenly masters had been greatly weakened after the heavenly past tribulation. This was undoubtedly the most advantageous situation for a rising star like Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen did not care about the great sun, heavenly venerable. The real problem was the undying evil lord. This was a genuine third realm, heavenly venerable. Although Yi Shiwen had the ability to protect himself, it was unlikely that he could kill another heavenly venerable under his nose. "We are now going to the land of creation through the path of creation," Yi Shiwen said. "Do you know where the land of creation is?" Yes, the land of creation is in the depths of the path of creation. It is just that ordinary emperor lords cannot sense it. Only heavenly venerables can sense it. In the past, it was originally a place where heavenly venerables cultivated. With our abilities, we should be able to sense it. The war elder thought for a moment and said, "I understand." Yi Shiwen immediately understood. He closed his eyes and released his divine sense. Soon he felt a vague sensation, as if something was summoning him. He was all too familiar with this feeling. The reason why he had gone to the Fortune God dynasty from the myriad heavens realms was because of the call from the bottom of his heart. He had originally thought that the call was coming from the path of creation. Now he understood that it was probably not from the path of creation, but from within the land of creation. But what exactly was in the land of creation? Why was there such a strong call? And as far as he knew, it seemed that he was not the only one who had been called to the fortune realm. "I sensed it. Come, let's go this way," Yi Shiwen said immediately. Although the two of them had been to the path of creation before, they had obviously only heard some legends about the land of creation. In fact, they had never been there before. They had to sense it on the spot. Yi Shiwen took the lead. He stepped out of the golden light and disappeared from the path of creation. Soon, the war elder followed closely behind. After Yi Shiwen and the war elder left, many emperor lords arrived one after another. Then, they disappeared one after another, heading towards the place where the law crystals were produced. They did not have much time left. As for how much time they had, it would depend on when the great heavenly venerables would be able to rescue the people. Yi Shiwen and the war elder followed the direction they had sensed and headed towards the depths of the path of creation. The closer they got to the depths of the path of creation, the more they could see the corpses of emperor lords everywhere. Although it had been hundreds of millions of years, the corpses were still flickering with the light of the law, emitting a terrifying sense of oppression. That's right, it's here. Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up. He was gradually becoming familiar with the scene in front of him. It was the scene where he had stepped onto the path of creation more than 10,000 years ago. This was the path he had taken. It was just that while others had left from the outside to the inside, he had left from the inside to the outside. This was not the first time Yi Shiwen had come here, but it was the first time for the War Elder. When he saw the corpses all over the ground, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. This was simply a huge graveyard for Emperor Lords. Who knew how many Emperor Lords had been buried here? This was just a path, but it was already so terrifying. The path of creation was indeed the greatest mystery of the creation realm since ancient times. The deeper they went, the higher the level of the Emperor Lords' corpses that appeared. Slowly, they could see the corpses of peak Emperor Lords. Such a scene inevitably made people feel a chill run down their spines. It should be known that the War Elder was only a peak Emperor Lord not long ago. At this moment, he could not help but feel a little sad. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He had walked this path long ago. Of course, the situation back then was naturally completely different from now. Back then, he had only just entered the Emperor Lord realm, but now he was already a supreme, heavenly venerable. His vision was naturally not the same as it was back then. If one were to take a closer look at these fallen sovereign lords on the path of creation, one would be able to see that the principles cultivated by these sovereign lords were completely different. It wasn't that the types were different, but the entire system was completely different from what Yi Shiwen was familiar with. However, some of the laws in the solidified law crystals outside were similar. There were traces of time flowing on some of the corpses for hundreds of millions of years, and there were even some that Yi Shiwen could not accurately calculate. This was completely different from the system of the Fortune God dynasty that he knew, and even the system of the outer domain. It was like a system. No, it should be said that it was more than a system. Thinking of this, even Yi Shiwen, who had always been bold, felt incomparably shocked. If it was really as he had speculated, then the entire history of the Fortune God dynasty would be rewritten. These people all thought that they had seen the true face of the world, but was it really like this? According to the historical records of the Fortune Divine dynasty, the earliest records were from the wilderness era. In that era, foreign creatures ran amok in all directions, and the people of the Fortune Divine dynasty trembled in fear under the ferocity of these foreign creatures. It was not until the appearance of the Fortune Heavenly Monarch that the situation finally changed. Although the history of the Fortune God dynasty was divided into countless segments, in general it could be divided into the Desolate era and the Fortune God dynasty era. But now it seemed that there were other secrets that no one knew. The two of them had their own thoughts, but their speed wasn't slow. The deeper they went, the more they felt the pressure. Heavenly venerables could still endure it, but if it was an emperor, they would probably not be able to endure it. The deeper they went, the more corpses of peak emperors there were. It was almost like a huge battlefield, but those who were qualified to enter this huge battlefield were existences above the emperor level. Quasi-emperors were not even qualified to get close. Soon, they came to the end of the road, and there was a boundless sea. What surprised them was that even with their skills and eyesight, they could not see through the sea and see the situation on the other side. Yi Shiwen looked around and saw that the entire sea was filled with an incomparably strange feeling. The entire sea was calm and tranquil. Not even a single wave could be seen. It was so calm that it made people's hair stand on end. The Sea of the Dead, Taoist friend Wu Zun, we have finally arrived at the Sea of the Dead. After crossing this Sea of the Dead, we will reach the land of fortune. The War God revealed a smile on his face and said quickly, "The Sea of the Dead?" Yi Shiwen asked, "And it is said that this sea existed before the creation of the world." Even a celestial master cannot cross it directly. No one can fly on it. If you want to cross it, you must wait for a ferry and go there by ferry. The war god explained. Chapter 30, 392. Ferry. Yi Shiwen was a little curious. He had been in closed-door training all this time, so he didn't understand a lot of information. Yes, in this boundless sea of the dead, there is a ferry. It has been floating in this sea of the dead since ancient times. If we want to cross the sea, we can only cross it. Who is ferrying it? Yi Shiwen asked. Since there was a ferry, there should be someone ferrying it. If there had been someone ferrying it since ancient times, then the thought of the ferryman was a little creepy. There is no one ferryman. In fact, since the first time this ferry was discovered in historical records, there has been no one ferryman. It is just that this ferry will automatically travel to and fro in the sea of the dead. The Zhanzun shook his head and said. He also felt a little cold on his back. No one ferryman was more terrifying than a ferryman. With his cultivation, it was not difficult to make a ferry cross the starry sky for thousands of years, but in this sea of the dead it was a different matter. Not even Empyreans could fly through the sea of the dead. Not only could they not fly over, but they also couldn't touch the seawater. Otherwise, why would they bother waiting for this ferry? It was because of this that the ferry gave off a strange feeling no matter how one looked at it. Although he hadn't seen it yet, it was enough to make some judgments from the records. No one ferryman. Yi Shiwen's expression was a little dignified, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, although he felt that there must be various hidden reasons. Since countless people had crossed the sea of the dead since ancient times, it showed that there must be a pattern in it. If there were traces to follow, it wouldn't be that scary. The two approached the sea of the dead, and soon felt the strangeness of the sea of the dead. Neither of them had ever seen a calm sea without the slightest ripple. Yi Shiwen looked down and suddenly saw a young man in a green robe sitting alone in the forest. His eyes were a little sluggish, looking at his hands from time to time, as if he still couldn't believe it. It was the scene when he had just crossed over. The scene changed quickly. This young man in a green robe unexpectedly obtained that mysterious space. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he won first place in the subsect. He became famous in the main sect. The scene changed faster and faster, and more lives were reflected. Humph! Yi Shiwen coldly snorted. Suddenly, the scene in front of him disappeared. It was still the same yellow water surface. It still looked like an ancient well without any ripples. The surface of the sea of the dead can reflect Ren's life? Yi Shiwen thought of many legends about the world of the dead. No matter what kind of illustrious existence they were during their lifetime, they would be punished after death. The good ones would ascend to heaven, and the evil ones would go to hell. There would be no trace of bias. Something's wrong. Yi Shiwen immediately reacted. Although there seemed to be nothing wrong, this was the biggest mistake. What kind of cultivation did he have? He had personally entered the River of Destiny when he had entered the Emperor realm and killed his past. Therefore, he was a person without a past. Even his past had vanished into thin air. How could anything possibly reflect his past? This was the power of extreme powerhouses. Without a past, they would not be used by others. They would not be calculated by others. Even their weaknesses would not be grasped by others. The future existed based on the past. People without a past naturally did not have a fixed future. Therefore, no one could calculate his future. For example, he could calculate a mortal's life from his birth to his death in the blink of an eye. However, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to calculate his future. Since there was no past, how could anyone calculate his past and reflect his life? This was the most impossible thing in itself. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen's eyes instantly became clear. He would not be affected by this strange scene. He looked to the side again. The warlord was also immersed in it. After a while, he finally figured out the crux of it and woke up. Feeling Yi Shiwen's gaze, he could not help but smile a little embarrassedly and said, I only read the records from the ancient books. This sea of the dead can reflect one's life. Although I know it's an illusion, I still couldn't help but look and even immerse myself in it. Yi Shiwen smiled and did not say anything. With the wisdom of a celestial master, ordinary illusions would not work at all. Even if it was an illusion cast by another celestial master, it was also impossible to make other celestial masters fall for it in an instant. The eyes of a celestial master were the eyes of a Dharma master. It was easy to remove the false and retain the true. Obviously, this sea of the dead was strange. Even he fell for it. What right did he have to laugh at others? Although he only saw through it for a moment and became clear-headed. Let's go. We shouldn't wait here. Let's go directly to the ferry. I think Celestial Master Great Sun and Undying Evil Master should have already gone there, said the War Lord. If there was a ferry, there would naturally be a ferry. However, when Yi Shiwen saw this ferry, he could not help but feel his facial muscles cramp a little. This ferry was dilapidated beyond recognition. There were traces of corrosion everywhere. The wood that formed the ferry was completely rotten. It seemed as if people could not stand on it. As long as someone stood on it, it would immediately collapse. However, according to the warlord, this ferry had been like this since ancient times. There was no difference. And not far from the ferry, the figures of Undying Evil Master and Celestial Master Great Sun were indeed there. However, they were facing Yi Shiwen from a distance. They did not come near, nor did they go far. Obviously, the two of them were also waiting for the ferry to arrive. When Celestial Master Great Sun saw Yi Shiwen's arrival, his eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He was very confident, but he did not dare to ignore old ancestor Purple Scorpion's words. However, Yi Shiwen's expression was indifferent. He had no intention of launching a sneak attack. This made him slightly relieved. Then he became even more furious. He had already thought it through. Yi Shiwen was afraid of Undying Evil Master, who was beside him. This made him feel that it was a huge blow to his self-esteem. The two of them were facing each other from a distance. They were originally two completely opposing camps. Even if they wanted to cooperate, they would not be too close to each other for fear of a sneak attack. Suddenly, a fog suddenly appeared on the originally calm and tranquil sea surface. The fog quickly pervaded the entire sea surface, and even Yi Shiwen and the others couldn't see through it with their eyes. It's here. The ferry is here. This fog is a sign, said the warlord. Celestial Master Great Sun and Undying Evil Master's expressions turned serious. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a huge ferry to appear in front of the two sides. But this ship was quite huge. Looking from afar, it looked like a small mountain. This size, how could it be called a ferry? It was simply no worse than an aircraft carrier in Yi Shiwen's previous life. It was just that this wooden ferry was tattered everywhere, and one could even see a large hole in it, as if it could sink at any time. However, it was this ferry that had been traversing the Sea of the Dead since ancient times, ferrying people to and fro. Come, let's go up, Yi Shiwen said. Before his voice fell, his figure had already flown out. In an instant, it was as if he had teleported. He had shrunk the ground to an inch and directly swept onto the boat. Although he could not fly, his physical strength was still there. If not for this strange sea, under normal circumstances, his physical strength would be enough to cross a galaxy without any difficulty. The War Lord also followed closely behind and boarded the boat. On the other side of the boat, Undying Evil Master and Celestial Master Great Sun also boarded the big boat. The big boat only paused for a moment before turning around and sailing towards the other side of the endless Dead Sea. The huge boat was inconspicuous in this boundless sea like a small fish. Apart from the sound of the boat cutting through the sea, there was only the creaking sound of the boat's planks. Both sides tacitly did not speak. They just sat cross-legged and waited for the boat to dock. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen opened his eyes and looked around, releasing his divine senses. Just a moment ago, Yishuin suddenly felt a burst of cold feeling behind him, as if something extremely gloomy and cold was crawling around him. What's wrong? The warlord was also awakened by Yishuin's actions. At this moment, everyone saw that in the fog on the sea, a huge figure appeared around them, moving along with the hull of the boat. A big guy is coming. Yishuin stood up and looked into the distance. He could vaguely see that huge figure. The others also stood up one after another. Obviously, they had also discovered this huge figure at this time. Everyone's skills were raised to the peak, ready to fight at any time. They were all Celestial Master level experts, so naturally they would not be easily frightened. The ship continued to move forward, but it was still shrouded in the endless fog. Rather than saying that the fog came from the surface of the sea, it was more accurate to say that it shrouded the hull of the ship. Wherever the ferry went, the fog would envelop that area. This boat sailed for a full day and night, finally seeing the other side of the shore. It was a boundless continent, the sea level and the sky level, spreading out endlessly. The figure that had been surrounding the boat did not pounce on it in the end, as if it was afraid of something. It just kept circling around the hull of the boat. Let's go! As soon as the boat reached the shore, their figures shot out like a sharp arrow. As soon as they stepped on the shore, their magic power recovered at the same time, and they turned into streams of light and flew out. Let's go, we'll go east. The warlord followed behind Yishuin and said, on the boat, he had already explained to Yishuin that the Celestial Masters they wanted to rescue were on the east coast of this continent. Although they had all come here, those Celestial Masters were also divided into camps. The Celestial Masters of the Fortune God Dynasty were in the east, and the Celestial Masters of the Foreign Domain were in the west. Each was different